We're now live on Channel 8 and YouTube.
Great, thanks TCTV. Good evening. It is now 6:30 p.m. I'm Chairman Mike Curry, and I'd like to call this Select Board Business Meeting to order on this 14th day of August, 2024. Please join me and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great, thanks everyone. I'd like to remind everyone that today's meeting is being broadcast live on TCTV Cable Station 8 and our YouTube web platform. For those who wish to revisit any part of our proceedings, the recording will also be available on our YouTube channel. Your subscription to TCTV would be greatly appreciated. Additionally, if any audience members are recording this meeting or plan to do so, please notify us prior to starting. And just as a quick aside, after our last town meeting, when there was difficulty hearing, our grant administrator, Gracelyn Curry, has been doing some product research along with Dottie and TCTV on real-time captioning. So she is prototyping a use of an app this evening called X-Ray Glass. X-Ray, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's called X-Ray Glass. That's the app, XRAI. I won't do any audio or visual recordings, just live captions, and I should be able to save a transcript after that.
Great. Thank you for prototyping that, and I believe TCTV is going to put what it is in the comments. So thank you for doing that. And again, we're trying to stay on that leading edge of keeping the public supported. Just a quick roll call. We've got the whole board this evening. Welcome back from summer break, everybody. Good to see you. And we do have Senator Durant with us this evening. And then John Zlotnick's legislative aide Nolan. Great to see you with us this evening. And we've got our former board member, Julie Richard. Our agenda tonight, along with other public documents, is available at templetonma.gov, the official website for town information. Here you can also subscribe to alerts for all public meetings in our town administrator's weekly report. For immediate updates, including emergency notifications, please enroll in our code red alert system through our website or calling 866-939-0911. This service is vital for staying informed on important and emergency matters. We still have kind of a low enrollment. If we've got 8,000 people in town, I think we're still hovering around just under 2,000 enrollments. So it'd be nice to see more people sign up for that service. It's you can even sign up for weather alerts for your zip code. Very helpful. As chair, I maintain the discretion to modify tonight's agenda as needed to manage time effectively, utilize personnel resources efficiently, and ensure public awareness. I reserve the right to rearrange agenda items to best accommodate our business and honor our guests. If this is your first time attending a select board meeting, we welcome you. We are committed to serving the public and our community with patience, fairness, and efficiency. And of course, we ask the same courtesy and engagement from all the participants tonight. Let's have a productive and respectful meeting. Okay, we do have, as I said, the senator and John's legislative aide, Nolan, but we just wanted to do a couple of housekeeping things before we do that presentation. First item is we have the approval of meeting minutes for June 26th and July 10th, as well as executive session minutes for June 12th and June 26th. So if it would please the board, I would accept a combination of motions to be able to accept these meeting minutes. Again, that's for June 26th, July 10th for regular meetings, and then June 12th and June 26th for executive sessions.
So any omissions would be on both of them, or correction? If you're gonna ask for any, so are we taking
Let's take the meeting, regular meeting minutes first.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move to approve the regular meeting minutes of Wednesday, June 26th as presented.
So moved. Or second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for June 26 minutes. Any discussion or observations or clarifications? Yes,
I have one thing.
go ahead, Jeff.
At the end of the regular meeting, we voted to go into executive session. And according to the open meeting law, you're supposed to take a roll call vote. It should be recorded as such. All this shows is there was a a motion and a second, and it says 4 yes. It's to go into executive session, to come out of executive session, and all the votes in executive session have to be by roll call. So
Okay. So
That
would
could
you,
be-
would you like to amend the minutes to include the roll call vote? Are you saying that there was a roll call vote?
there was a roll call
Okay.
vote. I watched the
Okay.
meeting of the 26th, 2 hours and 17, and so like that.
I bet you skipped to the end. So, no, I'm kidding. All right, would you like to amend that to have
Amend
the full roll call
Amend the
vote?
motion of the minutes to include roll call vote.
So accepted.
In second?
Second.
Okay. Any further amendments?
Mr. Chair, just an observation.
Yes.
The unnumbered item between items 5, administrator comment, and 6, new business. Why are we saying vice chair gave the floor to the advisory committee? This was a posted and stated joint meeting. And both boards had to be called to order in order to conduct business. It's wordsmithing, but it's wrong.
Okay. Understood. Thank you, Tim.
Yep.
Any further observations or amendments? Okay. Hearing none on the motion to approve meeting minutes for June 26th as amended. How do you vote, Tim?
No.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay. July 10th.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move to accept the regular meeting minutes of Wednesday, July 10th as presented.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion or amendments?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
On page 2, under E, it's a minor mistake. Rivard made a motion to approve the boot drive for 10/12/2024 and to add the rate date. It's rain date.
Yep.
And then I don't want to get into discussion or debate. But, and I can save this to the end, if it in, update RE 24 Holman Street status, T Griffiths. It was stated that the property sold twice in 2021 and 22, and that is where the current ownership of the property is sitting. That's incorrect information. And here's the deed from July 11th, 2024. I had Justice look it up.
What page are you?
My comments when I, under,
Item O. New business item.
Under select board comments, this shows that that was incorrect information. And I didn't want the public to get the wrong idea.
I'm sorry, could you clarify for the meeting, for
Yes, sir.
meeting minutes?
It says the property sold twice in 2021 and 2022, and that is where the current ownership of the property is sitting.
Okay,
It did not sell twice in 2021 and 2022. This is the deed, and if you look under record of ownership, McValley LLC purchased 8/26/2022, and that's it. And this came from the Worcester County District.
okay, I understand.
So
I just needed to understand how you were at, so you presented incorrect information in
No,
the
I
meeting.
presented correct information and it was refuted. And so I am saying that it was refuted. You
Mr.
can go
Wilmington?
watch it.
Okay,
you can
Mr.
go watch it.
Lamontagne?
So it was stated that it was sold twice at the meeting. Terry's just saying that's what actually happened at the meeting. She's just saying, she just wants to correct what was stated at the meeting,
That
but
was
the minutes are
incorrect.
reflected
Okay,
correctly.
what is, what?
The
you
minutes are
just said
reflected
correct.
correctly, but it was misstated at the meeting, but it wasn't by me.
Okay, so the minutes are accurate, but
Yeah.
it needs an update. So if we could just, the amendment would be to add, right? It would be to add,
Correct
a
information.
postscript
Okay.
with the correct information. Postscript, the right terminology, Tim? I always looked at Tim for that kind of
Postscript or
thing.
subscript, yeah.
Subscript,
Yeah.
is that all right?
Why would you change what it's saying happened at the meeting if that's what
I'm
was
not-
said at the meeting?
So that's what I'm being careful not to do. I'm not saying to change what was said in the meeting. I'm adding a postscript. So for the record, that it will have correct information.
Like just put a note after it? you
Yeah,
mean?
that's correct.
Gotcha.
And I gave you the.
And also for the record, We need to ensure
They
that this
gave
is,
it.
yeah. We need to ensure that this is listed under the documents provided for
Under the
today's meeting.
postscript.
Yeah.
All right,
Justice?
okay,
Okay.
so
And I have
hang
to
on one
accept
sec,
that.
that is correct.
I have to accept that, which I do. And you were the seconder,
Second.
so you have to second.
Okay, so
I
now
didn't
it's
know
an
if I
amend,
should have-
as amended with a postscript. Justice,
So I just wanted to correct that, and I can see it from here, that's not a deed that you have in front of you, that's
Okay.
a.
property card.
Property card.
Thank you,
Property card.
Justice.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you, sorry. Easy mistakes all the time.
Polly, we good so far?
Yep.
All right. Any other amendments? Hearing none on the meeting minutes for July tenth to be added to the record as amended with the postscript. How do you vote? Tim,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Terry,
Yes,
Matt,
Yes,
and I vote yes as well. Okay, and we have two sets of executive session minutes, June twelfth and June twenty-sixth.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I move to approve the executive session minutes from June 2024 and June 2024, with amendments that the votes in both to exit executive session and return to the regular business meeting should have the roll call listed.
okay, that's for the twelfth and the twenty-sixth.
I guess for both, and to be released as, I'm not gonna say immediately, but as soon as possible.
Okay, I have a motion
Second.
and I have a second. Any further discussion on those executive session minutes? Both sets. Hearing none on the motion to accept the executive session minutes and to be released for June twelfth and the twenty-sixth. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
yes,
Matt?
Yes,
And I vote yes as well. All right, we are up to citizen input. How many people have citizen input this evening? Two. Okay. Liz is moving first.
Right, if you would please be on our.
Yep, sure. Pass them out to everyone.
Yes, yes, the board, please.
Okay.
There's a file copy.
Okay.
All right, Liz Toth, Gray Road.
Thank you.
All right, I'll try to keep this to 3 minutes. So, I filed a complaint concerning well, I filed a complaint basically saying that
Yes, ma'am.
yes.
Mhm.
Okay. So, and I got a response back that said that the board is in receipt of your complaint, and as such, with discussion of the chair, the matter was reviewed by town council. Moving forward, we will have the annual report available on the town webpage as well as the select board office when we release it. And and went into some other things. I find it unsatisfactory as to the response. So, from Mr. Lamontagne, the town administrator received this on the 22nd of July regarding my complaint that the printed copy of the town of Templeton's fiscal 23 annual report was not available as per the town of Templeton's bylaw. Mr. Lamontagne's response raises concerns about possible violations of MGL Chapter 268A, conduct of public officials and employees. I now expand my complaint against the town of Templeton Select Board, except for Mr. Jeff Bennett, and yet to be determined Select Board staff member or members also fail to follow MGL Chapter 40, Section 49, Annual Town Reports, Publication Penalty for Noncompliance. And I say, see below highlights. I'm just going to read the highlighted part, so to save time. The selectmen before the annual town meeting shall, at the expense of the town, make available the annual town report for the use of the inhabitants containing the report of the selectmen for the calendar or fiscal year preceding said meeting. Further, it says, if the selectmen neglect or refuse to make the annual report, they shall severally forfeit $50. A town may, by bylaw, provide for the printing of such fiscal year reports as deemed suitable within 90 days of the close of the fiscal year. A copy of such fiscal reports shall be transmitted to the town by the town clerk to the state library before the 1st of November. Now, calculating those dates, it's the last day of fiscal year 23, June 30th, 90 days is September 28th, which means that's when it had to have been done by, right? So May 15th is 230 days from that, or 7 months, 17 days, or 32 weeks and 6 days. The production of it was significantly late, all
Mhm.
right? Last day of fiscal year 24 is June 30th. 90 days from that is 28 September. This needs to be done by everything needs to be done by 1 November. Putting it out to next May is significantly late, and it's against the Massachusetts state law. So additionally, town meeting is a place of polling. See Town Meeting Times, 2001 version, page 23. If a moderator is absent at the town meeting may elect a temporary moderator. That most certainly is a place of polling. Since Mr. Curry, Select Board, refuses to honor my request for a hearing, it has become exceedingly apparent to me that there are different sets of standards for when a bylaw hearing will be convened for a potential violation. Depends upon who you are. A town employee or Select Board member, no hearing, versus a town taxpayer, hearing. Given Mr. Lamontagne's response indicating corrective action moving forward, I hereby respectfully request that the seated town of Templeton Select Board members at the time of the town bylaw and state law violation, Mr. Curry, Mr. Rivard, Mr. Toth, Ms. Griffiths, and Ms. Richard, pay both the town bylaw fine $60 each member and the state fine of $50 each member. The Select Board members' actions of either paying the associated fines or not doing so will inform the public of your commitment in ensuring all town policies, town bylaws, and state laws or federal laws are fully followed by the Templeton Select Board members and town employees. So what I've included here, and you all have a copy of,
Thank you
and I
for
would
that.
like, is coming off of the mass.gov website is a conflict of interest law explanation for Board of Selectmen members. There is a similar one for town employees. It's quite clear if you read through it where the violations were. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Just gonna. Thank you for that. I'll give you a call. No. I appreciate the whole packet. I appreciate it.
I don't know if this is the appropriate time to speak. I do have a brief
Public
statement.
comment,
But, Tonight, you were going to.
name and road.
Oh, I'm sorry, Noel Francis, 14 State Road. I'm speaking as a private citizen, not as a member of advisory. I want to make that perfectly clear. I just would ask that the Select Board approve the application of Julie Richards for a seat on advisory for the following reasons. First, advisory has been constantly short of members for the past several years. Even though the number of board members was reduced from 7 to 5, there have been several meetings in the past 2 years where there has been a minimum of 3 members. The position left open when Mr. Bennett was elected to the Select Board needs to be filled. Second, having former members of the Select Board serve on advisory makes advisory that much stronger and wiser. I have personally greatly benefited from the presence of Mr. Kaplis on advisory, and I greatly appreciated the insights and knowledge that Mr. Bennett brought to advisory when he served on advisory earlier this year. Third, the municipal budget is complicated. I find that I'm still learning things about the budget after being on advisory for nearly 3 years. Julie was a Select Board member for 9 years and has seen 9 budget cycles. She brings a level of understanding to the budget process that is an asset for advisory as a whole. Fourth, Julie knows the town administrator, the department heads, and has been supportive of their needs and also understands the many constraints of the town budget. I'd also add this, it's not in my written remarks, which I will give to you tonight, but it's very likely that we will have a Prop 2.5 override coming up. And I think that having her on advisory to help craft, recommendations for the Select Board and the voters at large as to the amount and purposes of the proposed Prop 2.5 override, which all of us know will be very difficult to get through at best. I just think that her knowledge and experience would be very helpful at this time. Finally, from what I've seen, I believe that Julie, first and foremost, has the best interests of the town at heart. I believe that she will assist advisory in making the best possible recommendations for the select board and for voters at town meetings. And I would ask you, please act favorably on her petition. And I do have this in writing for you.
Pass them out. Oh, thank you, Noel.
It's one for each member and also.
That's well thought out. Thank you, Noel.
Thanks, Noel. Any other public comments at this time? Seeing none, we are gonna go to item 5, administrator comments. Mr. Lamontagne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we were on summer break and I gotta say, I was really impressed with the Parks and Recreation Commission. The National Play Outside Day, I thought went exceptionally well. Then they had the fall movie in the park. And I also want to say, folks in town haven't been to the tennis pickleball courts. I know, I believe Mike, Terry were there, Matt, I think it was about to
inaugural
go, but he
game.
had a family commitment.
Second time. that-
But it was, and Mike Curry was the first one to hit a ball on this
Messed up my
brand new
pants.
courts. I believe you were playing pickleball. I was the first to hit a tennis ball though,
There you
so.
go.
It was really nice, to have the opening. I thought Parks and Rec did a great job with that. But anyone in town that plays tennis or pickleball, those courts are beautiful. Please go down, use them. They're great. It's great that the town of Templeton made this available to residents, non-residents as well. But it's really a beautiful addition to our park. I mean, it's something that really makes me proud because I gotta say, I think it's one of the best parks in the region.
Mm.
And it's come a long way and I'm proud of the things that we're bringing to Templeton. So thank you. That's all I have for comments.
Thank you, Adam. All right, we're gonna jump into new business. If you're following along with your agenda, I'm gonna bring item C up because I cannot wait to do this. If I could have Julie come forward, you have your daughter with you, if you want to have her with you. She said no.
She's like that.
He's out.
Yeah, if you want to stay there, we've got a presentation tonight from Senator Durant and from John Slotnick's office as well. Nolan brought things as well.
You want to do it this way?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, our camera will go up there.
Okay. All right. Well, first of all, Julie, I have to say, after hearing Gold speak, they're not gonna let you go, are they? Listen, as a selectman myself for 6 years in Spencer, I know that when you do this job, you do it because you love your town. And you don't do it for the money. And you don't do it for the fame, so it must be for love. And sometimes it seems like no good deed goes unpunished. But I do want you to know that we appreciate you. We appreciate all you've done. It is a job that takes a lot out of you, takes a lot out of your family, and it's not easy to do. So I'm very appreciative of all you've done. And on behalf of the state senate, I have a citation for you here that says, wait a minute.
Please, right, everyone's go ahead and stand.
Give me a chance to put my glasses on.
Yep.
This is be it hereby known that the Massachusetts Senate extends its congratulations to Julie Richard for your 9 years of service to the select board in the town of Templeton. And be it further known that the Massachusetts Senate extends its best wishes and continued success. That this citation be duly signed by the president of the Senate and attested to, and a copy thereof transmitted by the clerk of the Senate, signed by the Senate President, Karen Spilka, the clerk, Michael Hurley, and myself, Senator Peter Durant. Congratulations.
Representative Blotnick from the House of Representatives, signed by Rep. Blotnick and the Speaker, congratulating you on the 9 years of service to the Select Board. Thank you so much.
A picture facing that way, so you've got Templeton in the back. Julie, you want just that, or do you want the select board as well? Okay, select board on the other side with them, so we're standing in front of the table.
It's not just one person, it takes five.
Yeah, both sides.
You can just switch in a little bit.
Yeah, we'll squeeze.
Yeah. Nolan knows. what he's doing.
There we go.
Sorry. We just get about 10 and I'm gonna make sure I get a good one. Okay.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Hang on. Not done.
All right. I took a few.
It's okay. Thank you.
You want to do a selfie? Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
And what a testimony to a character going right on advisory. That's impressive.
Oh, and Julie, we want to also present you with your photo.
My updated photo.
Yes. Thanks.
Julie, I'll send you those pictures too.
Oh, that's great. Thank you, Molly.
Thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Take care.
Good night, gentlemen.
All right, we're going to jump back up to item A, introductions of new employees. Go ahead, Adam.
I'm proud to announce, we held, our interviews for the administrative assistant position in our office. And we went through 2 rounds of interviews and, we decided, and what the assistant town administrator, and myself, we chose Kelsey Schecker. She's from town. She's gonna be the new one doing your minutes. I told her attention to detail is very important and she's ready to take it on, and I want to welcome her to the town of Templeton, and if the board have any questions of Kelsey, but I'm really looking forward to, she's starting Thursday in our office, so. Board have anything?
Welcome, Kelsey. Do you live in town?
I do, yes.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Welcome aboard. It's great to have you.
Always a pleasure to have the citizens stepping up and filling the voids.
I agree.
Steve has.
Absolutely, Steve.
So it's my pleasure to introduce our interns, Jack Gillette and Izzy Hill. And they've done a super job this year. Jack is a rising junior at Monty Tech. And Dottie found him on Facebook looking for an internship. So we signed him up. And he's been playing with our 360-degree cameras and doing 360-degree tours, which we're ready to market for Montechusett.tv. And Jack's gonna have a business by the time he's in. We're setting him up with a business with Wachusett Business Incubator. And Izzy is our Mass Hire STEM intern this summer, just completed her 5 weeks and 100 hours here and
Whoa.
stayed with us for all 100 hours and did a great job. And she and Sarah Hall, who is going back to UMass this in a few weeks, started a Templeton Tastes show where we gave them $20 to go out to Templeton eateries and find something to eat. And I've seen the previews. They look excellent. They've done a wonderful job with it. So, and I can say that both Jack and Izzy are mature beyond their years. As I said, Jack will be a businessman making money. I think he has about 7 jobs. And Izzy and I had just recently had a conversation about literature that I can't have with most adults. So please welcome them and thank you so much.
Thank you for your time to the town that you put in. That's a.
Okay.
A quick comment, and it's gonna embarrass Izzy. Good to see you, young lady. I can remember when mom and dad carried you around in the basket.
That's not embarrassing at all.
It does.
Thanks, Tim. We are up to item B, and that's, we have one appointment this evening for the advisory committee, Julie Richard. I think everybody knows Julie.
Hi.
No.
I would entertain a motion, or if there's any questions for Julie or otherwise, her appointment is on a community interest form. Holly did go ahead and check with the cooling off period to make sure that she was eligible for the position, and she is.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the appointment of Julie Richard on the advisory committee. Is it 3 years?
No, it's to end at the next annual town meeting.
To end at the next annual town meeting.
I have a motion.
So seconded.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Julie, do you want to say anything?
No, just think that I'm qualified, obviously, for this. And they did reach out and ask to fill a seat, so I thought it over for a couple of days and decided this would be a good thing.
Okay,
So,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, any other comments? All right, hearing none on the motion to appoint Julie Richard to the advisory committee, how would you vote? Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Yes.
No, and that carries 4-5.
4-1.
That correct. Yep,
4
4 to 1. Congratulations and welcome to the advisory committee.
thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. All right, next item. We've got a host of presentations this evening for quarterly reports. First up is finance.
How'd that happen?
Wow. Hi, Kelly.
Kelly, right?
Hi, good evening. How are you?
Well, you?
Good, good. I just wanted to congratulate Julie also. We've been around about the same time, so we've sure seen a lot in the last 9.5 years. So I don't know if she's left or whatever, but just wanted to give that information to her. Congratulations.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll pass that along. She's already out in the hall.
Okay, all right. Okay, so the fourth quarter, again, is just kind of for my office is getting ready for the ending of the year. So I traveled there for the town meeting. Worked on in June, we worked on the end of the year, getting things ready with the departments, making sure that they were monitoring what they're spending and making sure.
Yeah. Let me check my phone.
Oh, somebody's not here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Kelly.
That's
You're up.
okay. That's okay. So just making sure with the departments that they're keeping an eye on what they're spending, and so they know that if there's invoices coming in, that we get them either paid or encumbered, so we don't have to take that to the town meeting. It was challenging in June in our office with the change of the insurance. I wish things had gone a little smoother, but it was not quite as smooth as we had hoped. But we're, slowly getting all of the kinks ironed out, and hopefully, within the next month or so, all that will be leveled out and everybody will be good with the new insurance. And then for the expenditure report, there's no significant, issues for this fiscal year. We encumbered, $14,000. Carried forward $718,000 in continuing appropriations. A lot of that is large equipment that we've purchased that, as we've seen over the last few years, it's taking multiple years to receive something. So a lot of that money, I'm hoping in this next year, because we're getting to the time frame where it should be coming in. So that would clear out some of that for this next coming year. At the end of the year, the town had to help sewer out with some appropriation money that we needed to help them with. But we've got a plan in place for the fall town meeting to work on getting that money back to the town so that we would be even with that, because they do, I believe, have enough money in their reserve balance that they would be able to do that. And the revenue, again, we just keep, we're right at 102%. So we're right at our 100 and a little bit more. So we've been doing really well with that. I am very happy that the investment income has continued on an upswing. There for a while with COVID, it was continuing to go down. We never know in an election year what's going to happen, but it's nice to see that it's continued to escalate instead of, going back down. Again, I just, since I've been here and Cheryl has started, I just have to commend her on her collections for tax title. She got almost $200,000 in fiscal 24 in tax title payments. When I first came here and I was working, through the books and cleaning things up, we wouldn't get more than 10, maybe 20,000 a year. And so her being able to collect what she's done over the last few years that she's been here is just amazing. She's really done a good job with that. So you all have the reports. I'm sure that you've had time, to look through them. If you haven't, please feel free to, email me, let me know if you've got a question, Jeff, so that I can, get that answered and take care of that for you. And did you have anything tonight that you had a question for that I could possibly answer?
Open it up to questions for Kelly.
Okay.
Oh, I
Then,
just, excuse me.
go
Go ahead.
ahead.
Chair.
Mhm.
I just wanted to commend you for putting 12 months worth of forecasting at the end of your report. I thought we had started with monthly. And I saw that and it was used to the town's advantage. Get a comment on
Not-
that? Wasn't that used to make extra money for the town?
Investment income.
Yeah,
The investment income?
it's really going to be, it didn't, this year, it wasn't used as much as this coming year is going to be used because up until this current year, we have had fairly good cash flow where we've not had to look at, seeing where we are with expenses. But however, with this year, with the increased cost of especially the school, that really depletes our cash. So I'll be working closely with Cheryl now that we've got a good month under our belt of what our bills are going to look like, to kind of see how we're going to be doing to make sure that we do have enough cash to get us through the fiscal year. And if we would need to do any type of borrowing for, cash flow to get us by until taxes are paid or anything like that. But that this will definitely be a used vehicle this year.
To reiterate, that was a recommendation by the auditor, Tony Roselli, and it was accomplished. So thank you so much. I
Correct.
appreciate your
Yeah.
attention to detail on that.
Thank you. Okay, Justice, it's your turn.
Okay. So in the fourth quarter, the annual town election brought a new member, Sue O'Coin, onto our board. This filled the position that was held by Fred Henshaw for several decades. So welcome aboard, Sue. We had an additional over 15,000 in supplemental real estate tax that was committed in the fourth quarter. A yearly total of just over 105,000 came off of overlay and abatements and exemptions, and the Board of Assessors approved an overlay surplus certification of 85,000 this year. 2 motor vehicle commitments were done in that quarter. Community preservation funds netted over 20K more than last year's net commitment. So just over $270,000 that was committed in community preservation funds for the year. Our office worked on preparing everything for the transfer for the preliminary tax billing for July 1st, and that was successful. Building continues on the rise. If you see from the supplementals just in the last quarter, people are still pulling building permits. People are still pulling for single family homes, as I know that Lori will talk about in her report. I'm curious to see what the numbers will be this year. There was, I did over 15 supplementals for the entirety of FY24, and that was more than FY23's by a couple. So I'm wondering what will happen with these single family homes and with the new construction going into this year. So that's just something to sort of pay attention to. Cyclical, we're doing well with cyclical. The state's guidance was updated slightly on cyclical, and it was more to deal with towns that were trying to borderline on the technical as opposed to the actual guidance of cyclical review. We've never gone to the edge of that. We've always gone clearly within the guidelines, so we're perfectly fine, but there was a clarification that the state had to make on that, just so that you're aware. Senior work-off applications opened on April 1st. We've received 12 applications. We have limited jobs. We can do 20 as per town meeting vote. But again, it depends on what the town's needs are and what the departments can do. But we've been able to fill every position this year, so that is good. We're going through a revaluation this year of all of our values. I've been working with our project manager over at Vision, and also the folks that are helping us with our personal property review at Real Estate Research. And we've done preliminary analysis of our sales, and the commercial field review and residential field review were completed within that quarter. And we've submitted various reports to the state. I finished my 6th class on my MAA certification. And Karen completed course 101 back in April, and she attended a Worcester County Clerks meeting back in June. Does anyone have any questions?
I had a question. I
Yeah.
don't know if anyone else has any questions about the senior work-off applications. If it's set by town meeting as a cap,
Mhm.
would it be your recommendation, or is anyone else thinking, like, if you're filling the positions and this is good for the community and seniors, is it something that we would look to try and expand?
Yes, I have some comments. that
Okay.
Piggyback right into that.
Please steal my thunder.
Censusreporter.org. I pulled these stats down Friday night. Age 60 to 69, 6% of our town's population. Age 80 plus, 4% of our town's population, for a grand total of 10%. They're reporting 8,157 residents. 10% of that is 815.7. Allowing for only 20 residents out of 815 is a slap in the face. I really think we need to bring this up as an article for the special fall town
Good
meeting
news
to,
is that we're opening the warrant tonight.
yeah.
I think that, thank you for bringing the
And
numbers. to
I
that
know
as
you
well.
like the stats and the numbers, and these
Yeah.
are as fresh as I could get them.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
Jeff and then Terry.
I would also look at the increasing the amount. The law has changed. There are some towns that max out, I believe it's $1,200. And you tack on the number of people who would qualify for that work off and the amount that they can earn. That we need an article and ask town meeting to increase that. And also, if we're gonna have the work off, then we have to work on having things for those people to do.
That's the point.
It's a real insult when they come and they want to do something. Well, all we got is you can mow grass.
Sue needs a walking
You
partner.
know, there's proofreading to be done. There's records that can be checked. There's minutes that could be proofread with a checklist. Look for this. We can find, there is work that needs to be done that these people could do. And there's a lot of seniors out there that they may not be able to party as hard as they used to, but they have a lot of administrative knowledge. There's some smart seniors out there. It's just, if we're gonna have an article and increase the amount, we need to look at the opportunities we can create for them so they can utilize what we set up. That program is set up, and it's almost like it gets stuffed in a closet and you don't want to use it. And again, I agree with Tim. It's a slap in the face to the seniors. They've worked, they've given, they've made all of this possible. We owe it to give it back to them. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Terry?
I was just gonna ask Justice, is it just related to tax purposes or for the work offs, or is it a broader?
So if I can answer, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
So the senior tax work-off program, what it is that it's technically an abatement program. So town meeting voted that anyone over the age of 60, as long as you own and occupy your home, you're eligible for the program if you have any skills that the town is in need of. So the
Not just in the
departments-
assessor is what you
Not-
were talking about, right? Yeah.
So it's, in terms of taxes, this program is to abate monies off of people's overall tax bills. That's what it's for. Town meeting voted to have a certain minimum in overlay to accommodate for that. So when town meeting voted on that, they authorized the assessors that, hey, you should always have this minimum amount for those 20 people in order to do the program,
Yep.
because when you do an abatement, that's where it comes out of. That's the
Yeah.
fund that it comes out of. So it's only for the purposes of, it's for whatever purpose that a town employee needs work done that they just can't get to, that's what it supplements. If it's work that a town employee is doing, then a senior work-off person can do that and contribute that towards the town, whether it have to do with minutes, whether it have to do with any type of research. It can be department specific or town specific, depending on what that department needs.
Veteran outreach. I could see that
It-
help for Michelle if she needed it.
How has the response been, Justice?
So looking back at it, there's very few years where our departments have requested up to the 20 positions. Again, this is a year where it's not up to the 20 positions, so, you know, it's, if town meeting wanted to increase the number, that's one thing. But there have to be the positions for those individuals to do the work, otherwise I can't authorize, and the board can't authorize for people to do work and to get abatements for tax work off that don't exist.
I think we can figure this out. I think the thing that I would, you know, you mentioned the overlay is to make sure that we're not just adding 800 positions with a dramatic tax impact that would have. So let's have a managed approach for positions, as you said, for whatever the tax impact is going to be. If we wind up having a recommended number, which is a good, you know, and we can scale this. You know, we don't have to add 800 overnight. It would be better to get a number better than 20, but let's try and scale this to make this, you know, a better program.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
In order to work with everybody in the suggestion, would that be something we could bring up at the all boards meeting to get people to think
Yeah,
about?
that
Would that qualify?
it's a little, that would be late for us to talk, you know, we're gonna open up town.
Well, for next year, but
Yeah, that could be a
you know,
discussion. Any
start with increasing it,
agenda
but
items,
also
yeah.
get ideas
Yep.
for the increase.
Select more goals.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I also say, not only increasing the number, but increasing the dollar that we pay them. We pay very little money for the work that they do. And I really think that's something that should also be looked at the same time when you're looking at adding the numbers, looking at what the town is going to pay them for this.
Yes.
You know, because I think we're only, Justice, aren't we like at right $500?
So so the $500 that you see in your report, so town meeting voted that each resident can get up to $500, and that's before taxes are taken out. Then the taxes are taken out, you know, the accountant's office calculates that, and then that net amount is what gets applied towards their taxes. So that's what is funded through overlay. That is something that can be looked at. I know that in the past history of senior work off, those votes have taken place at annual town meeting. It might be good to do a longer range look and have something for an annual town meeting to approve.
Okay.
Because at this point for FY25, it's too late
I understand what
to
you're
make any
saying. I was
changes
just
for
going
that. The
like-
program's already opened. FY25's applications are already, people are already working towards that. But FY26 hasn't happened yet. So that's something to look at. And how we can approach that, or when we can approach that. So that's something that we can look at. But again, it's not just, you know, you need the jobs for it, you know, the amount should be increased. It's been a number of years. You know, that the Board of Assessors and myself should take a look at that, but also just keeping in mind that that does have a budget effect with regards to what you need to have as a minimum
Agreed.
in your overlay account if you're
Agreed.
going to increase that.
You know, let's put together, you know, obviously, I think that there's gonna be obvious people that are gonna work on this. Terry, I agree. I think our, whether it's all boards, but our select board goal, I think we could probably talk through those as well and even have some preliminary numbers. So we should absolutely, relook at this. Thank you for
Mr.
putting
Chair.
that level of detail.
One quick clarification and a follow-up comment. Justice, did I understand you to say it's a $500 payout, but then they're gonna tax them? But that $500
Killed
is
me
an
too.
abatement on the taxes.
Yeah,
That
so-
doesn't make sense to me.
Not me either.
As in like a payroll.
Here, here.
Yes,
Payroll.
so it has
Yeah.
to be
It's like-
processed
yeah.
through payroll because, and Kelly can also back me up on this, that it is technically income to the seniors. It's not like an exemption. An exemption, you qualify for specific reasons. So under statute, you get that money off of your taxes. It's not considered income. An abatement like this is because you've done work for the town, so you're being paid off of your taxes for that work. So it's considered income and that is reportable.
Right.
The chair, can I ask a question? How many applications, have you ever reached the cap of applications in a year where you had to turn a senior away that applied?
usually one or two applications might hang in limbo, depending on the year. I know that a few years ago, right after COVID happened, that there were, I think it almost hit the max in terms of, I'd have to look back at our records in terms of both positions available, and there were a lot more people applying for the positions than were available. I'd have to check how many that was. But sometimes it's one or two, sometimes it isn't. Over that amount of positions, it really depends on the year. If sometimes there's more positions available than people who come out and fill out the application and have an interest. So it really depends.
I just like to take, I understand your point. I'd like to take a consolidated look to be able to say, do we have, positions? What is our positions? Because there's probably some that are the easy go-to ones. Is it really mowing grass? Is that, did you say that? Yeah, like I would like to be able to open it up to say, from a policy perspective, let's make sure that we're looking at all the things and all the departments say, oh, I didn't know I could contribute that. I just think of like, since you and I had a conversation before the meeting, you can be so busy, and to have, I remember, we needed helpers, like to be able to do outreach or something, or someone to show up to a breakfast or something like that. Like if veteran services didn't know that they could be able to leverage that, let's look at it from a comprehensive perspective. And then for all annual town meeting, we'll have something that's fairly well baked and makes sense, and it's paid for.
Mr. Chair, is it limited to certain months of the year, or can it be all year long?
So the work would need to be completed as of, it would have to have it. So the way that we administer the program, applications open on April 1st. People can be placed before then and start work going into the next fiscal year to apply towards next year's taxes. That's how it's always been applied. So you do need specific dates and times because people's work needs to be completed so that, I have to submit this over to payroll with Kelly. Kelly has to do the calculations. I have to get the net amount back to apply towards people's taxes. And then that goes on the third and fourth quarters. So there is a bit of a time limit where that does need to be done for when abatements and exemptions get applied.
And I would assume that we would have a marketing approach to this as well. If we're going to have like a grand rollout with annual town meeting, to follow it up or otherwise, I think that this will be a concerted effort to be able to say, let's redouble our efforts. Marketing is going to be a big part of this, not only internally, but externally as well through community services. What's the name of your newsletter?
Senior Buzz.
The Senior Buzz.
Mhm.
Effective tool.
I just wish there was some way we could word it so that even though it is cyclical, it could be year round. And if they miss the cutoff for this year, what the work that they do goes to the next year. So they're covered for the next year.
Yep. I can even see like part of the marketing is Steve and TCTV. They can do like a talk of the town to talk about senior write-off program. Lots of different things, but let's go ahead and finish out the reports, but excellent discussion. Anyone need a tie bow on that or anything? All right,
Thank
way forward. Any other questions for Justice?
Great job. Congratulations on your
Justice.
6
Really good
classes.
discussion
One to
tonight.
go.
Right.
One left.
I think
So-
Cheryl's at training.
Cheryl's at training, so you guys have her report if you want me to go over any highlights or it's basically the same thing. We have had 83 MLCs. That means houses are still selling. Just to tag team on what Justice said about the building, in FY24, we took in $111,000 in building permits, which for a town of our size, that's a lot of building. So just in what she's collected over the quarter, but she is at the treasure collector school this week.
Any questions from the treasurer's report for Kelly? All right, thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Cheryl. Good training. Grant writer and news.
Graceland.
Sure, so I gave you guys a really packed report, so I'll keep it brief. Most of quarter four I spent on administrative and implementation tasks. That was split between 5 grant awards. We're also still waiting on award decisions for 2 applications. Aside from that, the only 2 points that I didn't elaborate a whole lot on in the report, I'm also working on the digital equity plan with TCTV. That's with MRPC. It'll end up looking a lot like the hazard mitigation plan. Instead of hazard mitigation, will be digital equity. Once that's completed, we will be eligible for an implementation grant, and we've already signed a reserve of funds for $56,000. The other big thing is the instant captioning technology, which is running right now. Just from monitoring it while it's running, it seems to be working really well. The only issue I can see so far, it doesn't seem to be tracking the speaker. It's supposed to identify speaker 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you can enter a name in later. So far, it's only identified 3 speakers, which obviously isn't right. But for the purpose that we're looking for town meeting, which is essentially live subtitles instead of like a transcript after the fact, it seems to be doing really well. And this is just a free app. We can also purchase, I think, 2 higher levels of technology. But even this, I'm pretty impressed so far. Are there any questions?
I'm live transcribing you right now.
Oh, yeah.
It did say it was speaker number 2. There we go. Anything else, Grace?
If there's any questions.
I do have one. I've been watching the Massachusetts Municipal Association page and the governor's budget and a lot of these things. One thing I saw is, do you have anything submitted for the shared streets
Shared streets.
grant program? Specifically, there's an item in there where some of it is for like bikes and paths and
Okay.
wheelchair ramps and things, but there is one item that is covered in there is crosswalk signage.
Okay. Yeah.
And I talked about this last year before I went on vacation. We had a person hit a car crossing in a crosswalk in Baldwinville. They have signs that are solar powered, and they have flashing red, flashing yellow. So those are the things that grant can possibly pay for. And I was just wondering if we have any applications submitted into that.
So not to shared streets. I'm familiar with complete streets, which I think is fairly similar. Complete streets is done in 3 phases. I think we're working on stage 2 of 3, and then that final 3rd stage is some substantial funding. I'm not sure about shared streets, but I can look into that and get back to you.
Thank you.
Anything else for Grace?
Just one last consideration, please. So when Doug Lambert came out and looked at putting in fishing handicap ADA compliant fishing spots, according to the Massachusetts rules, you have to it's not a one size fits all, and sometimes you have to bring the people that need the services to try the things to see if it works for them. Like, for instance, the headphones don't work for everybody because of the way their hearing aids are. And if they take their hearing aids out, then they can't talk to the person next to them. It's not a one size fit all situation. And I like the idea about the app. I think that we need to think outside the box and maybe have a few choices for people that are looking for help to attract more people to attract more people to our meetings that may not otherwise have that option. And it doesn't just go for our meetings. It's across the board for any ADA compliant, like the fishing. He actually brought wheelchair bound. That's why one spot wasn't as good as another, but that one didn't work out because the fire chief didn't want to have them go through the driveway. So there's a lot of considerations. There's a website, MOD, that was sent to us, and I don't know if you got it, but I can forward it. So there's a lot of considerations. Again,
I actually forwarded that to Grace.
Yeah.
I saw that advertisement.
Yeah. I mean, I'd rather,
I think a lot of it is, residents asking for accommodation. So
Yeah.
if we don't know what we don't know.
right.
So if someone asks us and said, you know, I would like to come, but I need this kind of
We-
accommodation, that's what we're trying to do right now.
Yeah.
Adam, I know you had your hand.
I just wanted to publicly recognize Grace's work on that.
Mm.
I mean, I gotta say, Holly, I rely on with IT, but Grace does a great job as well to find that technology and to make it in a cost-effective way for the town. I really appreciate her due diligence and her work on this. So that way we were in compliance with the request at the fall town meeting. So thanks, Grace, for all the work.
And you
you've done.
said there's an app you're looking at right now?
Yep,
It's
it's called
free?
X-ray glass. This version is free. Yep.
I'll get it out.
Yeah, and you know, again, even from a community services sense, like if there's people out there that, you know, they think that there's a restriction, contact us. You know, if we can make an accommodation, a reasonable accommodation, I believe is the terminology.
Yep.
And we'll look at doing that. I mean, we're trying to be reactive. And you know, we're only a couple of months out away from annual town meeting, and here we are trying to fix it for the right, exactly.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Grace?
No, I don't have a question. I don't want to steal your thunder. I just wanted to mention something earlier, just thinking about it with regards to making adjustments on senior work off for annual town meeting. That could affect either FY 26 or FY 27. It depends on when the timing is. I know that we've done changes typically at the annual town meeting and how that plays out. But that I just wanted to, I know I had said FY 26. I wanted to just clarify it could be FY 26 or FY 27 when that would affect, just because of the timeline and everything. So I just wanted to not leave that.
Sure.
Just to like.
We're gonna work with you to be able to roll it out, so it does that, you know, we're not gonna hand you a bag of garbage.
Right.
And then you're like, how am I supposed to do this? I got everybody coming to me for work on, we've got to be able to work with you to be, you are, you know, you are a central part of that. So we
Right.
want to make sure that we're not rolling out something that is unsustainable.
Right, and town meeting, voted for the Board of Assessors to administrate that through our office.
Yep.
That is,
If you could bring them.
right, that's, I'll talk with the board about it. There's a
Absolutely.
few things to talk about in terms of annual town meeting. So, that's just one of the other things that I wanted to look at
Sure.
this year. So it is on the list of
Great.
things to look at, so we know.
I think you've got the board's
Yeah.
full support on that. All right, and thanks, Grace, for an update on all the other grants.
Great job, finance team. Wow.
And I,
Right.
I just have one other comment that's not really a quarter thing. But everything is finished for free cash, and I worked with the DOR yesterday to review everything. So you should get that probably the first of next week, our certified free cash.
Outstanding. Are you trying to beat your previous record?
No, just working fast,
All right, thanks.
moving
Kelly.
on. Okay.
Thanks, finance team. All right, next
Bye.
presentation is fourth quarter report from Development Services. Hi, Lori.
Good evening. How are you?
Excellent.
Good. Just jump right in?
Yes, please.
Okay. There's not a lot of changes. Our jobs are pretty much the same. Some of the highlights are Templeton's been doing really good as far as the communicable diseases go. We still see a few cases of COVID. Less than 1% of the tests taken are positive.
Are you still providing like support to the communities, PPE, tests?
We do have PPE, personal protection equipment, gloves, masks. We just, there is a grant out there right now for some updated test kits, so we should be getting 200 of those in. We haven't had a lot of people asking for them, but as soon as we get them in, I'll put a post out there so that people know we do have them.
Okay.
All of the others were expired and
Bummer.
yeah, exactly. As far as building goes, in the fourth quarter, there were 82 building permits from April 1st through June 30th. And it still contained 8 new single-family homes being built, garages, demolitions, 11 swimming pools. And the rest were pretty much for alterations, but that was $58,000 in fees collected. There were 41 electrical permits. That was $6,200, 17 plumbing permits for $2,500, Gas permits, $900. So building remains incredibly busy. The Agricultural Commission met once in, let's see, I didn't put a date down. So we were dealing with a lot of issues with animals on a small property, 7 big feeder pigs. Those are gone now, so that's off my desk.
Okay.
So that's a good thing. And the people who own them were very willing to work with us.
Excellent.
So we were provided some information on Templeton Developmental Center property. That actually came from the Historical Commission. And they just dropped off another box full of
Oh.
pictures, so I'll be giving those to you. ZBA met and heard variance requests for 2 above-ground pools because they were mobile. They felt that they could take care of those and they were approved. 10 Pleasant Street had clarification on the frontage and the acreage. That was approved. Planning has been busy with regular A&Rs, which are approval not required, which means I don't understand the terminology that goes with it because the planning board members have to sign off when a piece of property is broken into other lots. Board of Health, it's the usual Title V inspections, complaints, property complaints, wells, food inspections, trash burning.
Tobacco violations are what those center on age.
They do center on age, and both of those violations were, the Tobacco Alliance did call me and they were very much errors. She
Okay.
had only good things to say about the actual businesses, and with that, they're so strict that they had to close sales of tobacco for 1 day,
Okay.
and they paid $100 fine.
Okay.
So both of them were on time, and I don't want to use the word repentant, but
Got it.
they're being careful.
Yeah.
We still collect cell phones for soldiers, so if anybody has any, we have boxes right outside our office door. We collect batteries, we collect mercury-filled items. DPW is very helpful in helping me get the stuff down to our sheds at the landfill. We had 2 fires. Unfortunately, one of the fires completely wiped out. And the other fire caused it to be red X'd. So we lost 2 properties. EDIC members met with Karen Chapman and Tracy Murphy from MRPC. They're making strides to be able to go to the state and get their certification. There was a complaint for an open meeting law violation, which was addressed. I haven't heard anything more about that, so. Conservation Commission, very busy because building is very busy. Jess does a very nice job of writing this out. She outlined everything for you, lots of certificates of compliance, NOIs, and sidewalks. And Community Preservation had several things that they funded. Looks like Grange Hall, 50,000, First Church, 331,000, Emergency Management, 5,500, and that's it.
Any questions for Lori?
No, just thank you, 3 for 3, 3 meetings in 3 days right now. I heard.
Yeah.
3 for 3, 3 nights in a row.
I'm going home to take a nap before I go to bed.
There you go.
Nice.
A couch to the bed?
That's exactly right. Me and the dog.
Right
Well
there, right
deserved.
there with you.
Thank you. All good? Okay,
I think
Well
so.
done, thanks.
Thank you.
I'm going to leave. Thank you so
All right.
much. Nice to see you guys. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right,
Laurie.
Right.
That completes development services. We have one final comprehensive report from community services for quarter 4.
Good
Jackie.
evening. Hi. So this is all the fun stuff. In this quarter, our story hour continued with great attendance and concluded the last week of June. Similarly, the Monday morning stitching group prepared. They were planning to take a hiatus for the summer. Then Luann, the group's founder, came up with a fun idea for Christmas in July. So they did that. They were planning that in this quarter. We set up some reading incentives in the children's room for the summer. We planned for an abbreviated farmers market, which has been running in conjunction with the Cultural Council's summer concert series at the gazebo. I participated in the microgrant panel with Terry and Gracelyn, and also with the MBI MRPC Digital Equity Grant, which is ongoing. And we began the search for a senior center director in this past quarter.
Okay.
Do you have any questions about the library?
I heard the micro grants went well.
They did. That was a really gratifying experience, don't you think? Yeah.
Yep. I think Grace had told me that she still gets people. It was not only money in hand, but it was also outreach to the community. Basically, your community saying, we're here to help. And that opened the door for a lot of other conversations for people to come in and say, I got this. What else is out there? Can you put me in touch with somebody? So
Right.
I like that part of it. I mean, I like putting money in their hand, but I also like reaching out to the community to say, we're here for you.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, it felt good to be part of that. on
One of my
behalf the
favorite
town.
memories, Mike, and you might appreciate this because you know It's a Wonderful Life, where the woman in the bank says, can I have like $13.42?
Right? Yep.
We actually got
Bless your heart.
We
right?
actually got applications like that. Could I have, the exact amount to
Yep.
the T and not the full boat? But
Right.
we voted to give them the full boat, even though they said, can I have?
Right.
That was a fun part.
That was great, yeah. Okay, over at the senior center, the COA board met, the book club met 3 times. They had, I don't know if you realize this, but Templeton Municipal Light holds a kind of an informational but also fun program every year for the seniors, so that was great. They give out gift cards and they have food and everybody loves it. It's a lot of fun. Nice collaboration there. The center held a solar eclipse watching event. So that was kind of fun. Everybody was in the parking lot with their glasses. Bunch of crafts. Anne Marie, our new activity person, well, she just celebrated her first year. She's brought some really neat things to the center. In starting a veterans breakfast among them, and that has really started to grow. So that's really exciting to see that. Talking book presentation, our monthly birthday phone greetings, our Claudette makes phone calls to everyone on their birthday. We had a couple of great trips. Grace didn't mention it. She's probably overwhelmed or humble, but we were able to get the grant that she applied for the wheelchair accessible vehicle. We
Wow.
found that out last
Yep.
quarter, and that's huge. That's huge.
Right.
So we hope to take possession of that soon. North Star Digital Literacy Platform, as part of that digital equity grant, has been coming once a month to help folks understand how to use their devices. That's been a really, really great program too. And the Heart of the Hero, Ryan Jones, Mom and Dad's Foundation, arranged for bread and pastry donations twice a month from Hannaford, so that those are available to the seniors they were delivered today by 2 of our volunteers. So those items are there today and tomorrow, and then whatever remains will go down to the food pantry.
And, shout out to Heart of a Hero. They have really done a lot from our community. I'm gonna get the piece of equipment wrong. They outfitted our ambulances with not an infusion device. It regulates IV. It's like a motor that does IVs.
Right.
They
I'm not certain.
yeah, they donated equipment for our ambulances that are critical, expensive or otherwise, and you know, we were there to accept that gift. So again, on camera, part of a hero. Thank you so much for supporting our community.
Absolutely. And the center, you know, every day has social service assistance, including Gail with Shine, fuel assistance, SNAP applications, and loaning out of durable medical equipment, which, you know, for some folks, that could be otherwise a big expense. And it's whether it's short-term or long-term, there's a lot of items that we can, you know, loan out to folks that are in need. And then there's statistics as usual, just bear out what a busy place it is. So if you have any questions about senior services. And then Lisa couldn't be here from cultural, so you have her. Oh, sorry.
Do you, off the top of your head, when is the next council on the aging meeting?
It's Monday.
Monday?
Yes, and Jeff did help us to kind of tweak the bylaws. Well, a proposal for tweaking the bylaws that will go to town meeting. So they'll be discussing that Monday. Great. Yeah, it starts at 1:30. So that was a tremendous help. Kathy and Gail also sent in some thoughts as they promised to do at the last meeting. So we'll get that cleaned up.
Okay.
Because the bylaws were not correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they were confused and had some questions, so I was trying to work with them to help them out, and I told the council that I would, when we opened up the fall town meeting, I would try to get like a placeholder article if they decided they want to try to change the bylaws. So.
Right.
Get them in for senior work off.
Whoa.
Thanks, Jeff.
I'm already
Appreciate it.
retired. I'm not looking for a job.
And then, yeah, cultural had at least reported a quiet quarter, but they've always got something going on.
Mhm.
So, and the concert series, I think, wraps up September 8th, I think is the last one, but they seem to have had great attendance from what we've seen over from the farmer's market. So I will turn it over to my friend Michelle.
Thanks, Jackie.
Thank you.
Good evening, Michelle.
Good evening.
Hello.
So this quarter was a little bit busy. I continued to serve the 8 people that are on chapter 115 benefits. This quarter, we got 27 new people that applied for VA benefit, disability benefits. So that was a huge influx of veteran benefits. When we did the chapter 115 benefits, we expended $9,772, but we got 75% of that back, which was $7,329. During this quarter, I attended a 1-week training conference down the Cape. We participated in the flag placement for Memorial Day. I trained 2 new VSOs throughout various towns in the state. And then I also conducted a 6-month recertification process during this time. It was approved the first time round to the state.
Congrats.
I am still trying to go to the 1 week, in the first weekend breakfast for the month. I have not been able to attend it yet because every time I try to attend the 10:30 breakfast, I have veterans rolling into my office. So I'm still trying to get out. I was going to go this month, but I didn't do it. So September is my goal to go to the breakfast. If you have any questions, that's it for now. I have more to follow up for the next quarter. There was a whole big bang of stuff that happened in August, but I'm waiting for the next quarter to tell you about it. So you guys have to wait till next quarter.
You need help. Just,
No,
okay.
no, I'm going to keep saying no. I got this.
The offer is always going to be there. I know that we Liz is sitting in the back. She is a strong advocate for, we talk. I want to make sure that conversation doesn't end, that it's cyclical and that we revisit it from time to time. and whatever resources you need, we want to make sure that we're providing them. I'm sorry, I talked over
A
you.
quick question and a quick comment.
Yes.
Michelle, you said, the department, filed 27 new VA disability claims.
Yes.
Is that strictly through your office, or
Yes.
do you get feedback when the Legion is pushing some through, or the DAV?
So.
Because we have, like, I'm a DAV chapter service
Yes, this
officer.
was
We
strictly-
don't loop that one back.
This
and-
was
and I've
strictly through my
questioned why we
office.
don't.
So the state changed the policy where now, the DAV and the people who file claims now, they have to be certified.
Yep.
So, now the people who are wanting to file claims, they are literally looking for people who are certified. So, so you and me are gonna be getting people from all over.
We certainly are.
So I'm literally filing people in Arizona, Pennsylvania, Virginia. So you and I are going to be very busy. So I'm getting people from all over now, which is great. It's awesome. It's wonderful. But so 27 people were though literally through Templeton because in the surrounding areas, but they come through and they're funneling through our towns. So, which is great, which is awesome, but the veterans that are out there, they're hurting, they're looking for people. And I'm just trying to put the word out because I think our veterans are running, they're getting nervous for the help that they are looking for.
Yep.
You know, the people that they could go to and look out and reach out to, they're getting, those doors are starting to close down and I think on them.
Yeah, I raised the question because I would love to see us tear down the silos and let all the VSOs work together.
Absolutely.
But I also understand when a veteran files, they're filing a disclosure and they're filing a statement where I'm going to work on behalf of you, and we don't always want to share that with outside agencies.
So
And there is a purpose for that, but I question, what's our end goal?
The
The end
people that
goal
I'm
is help
working
the
with,
veteran.
The people that I'm working with, I really do believe that if you can trust the people that you're working with, I think it's all about developing a network now of people that you can work with because I can honestly say this, and I would say it out loud, and I'm saying it on national TV. I don't always work with all the veterans, like all the local veteran service officers that are out there. I wouldn't work with all of them. And that goes for anyone. I wouldn't work with every soldier that's out there. You know, there's just some people I trust and some people I wouldn't trust. I don't think everybody's got the same heart, if you will, or everybody. So it's all about networking with the right people. So, so when those people find the right people that they want to work with, that world gets smaller. So it's networking with the right people that you feel are going to take care of your people the right way. And when that network gets smaller and smaller, you get busier and busier. So it's been busy.
Yep. And two quick comments. I don't know if you've been involved with it. We're still trying to learn how to connect the dots to the veterans. There is a program through Massachusetts Department of Veteran Services where twice a year there is a stipend paid out.
Yes.
But how does the vet always get connected into that? I'm still learning that process myself.
I can teach you. I have a direct connection to a guy at state.
Nice.
Yeah.
And my final quick closing comment, I know you said you're hoping to attend the breakfast. That's awesome. That's wonderful.
Yes.
Have you considered moving your drop-in hours over to that event and have the veterans join for the breakfast?
I have not considered that.
Might be a workable option.
Hmm.
It might not.
Yeah. So I thought it was one way to network and to meet more veterans.
Yep.
I had thought that, it was one way I was going to try to do that. But like I said, every time I tried to kind of like get in at 9 and then leave by 10:30, I had already had like 2 or 3 piled up at the door. So it was hard for me to kind of like vacate by 10:30.
And
So.
shameless plug, I'll extend the invitation again. We've spoken many times. Every Monday, 8 to 10 over at the Legion in Baldwinville, coffee with the vet. You do not have to be a veteran to attend. Anybody in the community is welcome to drop in. Sometimes it's just a room full of vets. Sometimes it's like, wow, look who came. Let's talk. What would you guys like to talk about? And we just have a little bit of fun, a little bit of camaraderie and fellowship, and nice way to start the day.
Might have to take you up on it. It might be a way of being able to get some more information out that these veterans are going to need, I think.
Yep, that goes on every
Some of these
Monday.
benefits.
Last year, we even did it on Christmas morning and on New Year's morning.
So because
We did not stop.
going back to that green piece of, as I got the floor now, going back to that green piece of applicant where, the tax abatement form, as that's not my form right now, but, because it only applies to, tax abatements on homeowners. They have to fill out that application from April to October or whatever that, it's only the tax abatement form. So that it might be worth putting a little docket on that piece of paper for people who of that age group. Are you willing or are you wanting to work the senior, what is that called?
Senior work off.
Senior work off
That's
on
an
that
excellent
form.
idea.
And then just check that block, because they check everything else on that form, because they have to sign up for that form annually anyways. Just put that little block and check it.
Okay.
I don't know. I was just thinking that,
Yeah.
because they have to do it
Definitely
annually
gonna
anyways.
look at it, yeah.
So, any questions for me?
Thank you very much.
Anyone else for Michelle? All right, thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it. Now, Steve comes forward. I am gonna rearrange to like basically fit the guests. So I'm gonna take things. Yeah, I'm gonna take things out of order to make sure that that the non-town staff stuff, we're gonna go through by the numbers, just so everyone isn't thinking you're gonna be here at like 10 o'clock tonight. Come on up, TCTV.
appreciate that. That was also gonna make that suggestion.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right.
Hi, Steve.
Good evening. How are
Hello.
you all?
Great.
And how are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. I'm gonna hit the wall any second, but.
I love the numbers. Holy crow.
Yeah,
Some good
yeah, we had a good
details.
quarter. I had to jog my memory. It seems so long ago. But the headlines are, April, May, we were building up to town meeting and getting ready for Scout Hall. And in May, the annual town meeting and election really boosted a lot of views and visitors to our news feeds. And in June, the Scout Hall move-in took place. The networking, thanks to our cable committee chairman, Gage Pacier, who's an IT expert, did a wonderful job with us, for us in there. And Hannah and Dottie are hitting the planning and scheduling. So we're getting super organized right now. And I invite you to stop by Scout Hall and see the digs.
Yay.
It's really nice.
Yep.
And if you see some nice furniture in there and think we spent a lot of money, Mr. Bennett, I've been dumpster diving again.
And it's posh.
Yeah,
Lots of
and
dumpsters.
we bought lobby quality furniture from Eco Efficiency Center in Devons, which rescues this furniture from going to the landfill. So you can buy lousy furniture on Amazon for more money.
Mhm.
So we got some really good deals there. Finance, unfortunately, at the end of FY 24, we have less than 3,000 remaining in retained earnings that will carry over into FY 26. So we cannot sustain the services at present in FY 26 without additional funding, and I hope we can keep this conversation going.
Okay.
The analytics are really good. We probably had one of our best quarters ever, if not the best. I won't go through it all. You can kind of peruse it, ask me any questions, but the Facebook news feed was way, way up, largely because of the news and annual town meeting, the election, so forth. It usually isn't that way. It's usually the Facebook posts usually have the most success if they're senior events around town. And one of the things that I find really interesting in the data is the Facebook audience is about 75% women, but we're getting more and more men in it. And we're seeing the opposite on YouTube. So they're coming together, which is really nice. I think that's healthy. And we're producing enough, I think, to really tout TCTV for sponsorships. And you're going to be seeing that soon. I'm working on levels of that. The Facebook posts, as you see, a good mix of, events and news in town. Tough to beat those meat raffles. They're really, really, really popular.
That's fair.
But the news has been picking up on Facebook and on YouTube. Again, very good numbers for that. A lot of the meetings are picking up.
So the select board meetings and advisory pre-town did really well. The annual town meeting, I can't resist saying it, but the Songbirds of the Northeast made its annual migration to the top of the chart. Because people want to know what those birds are outside. And Logan's River Rat race from 2022 garnered a lot of views, so he did a nice job with that. And again, the YouTube audience, about 70% male, but the women are picking up. We rebooted Montechusett TV Facebook page, and Alex Harrison is doing a bang-up job on that with Dottie. And the website itself is up. I'm getting ahead of myself in July, but in July it was up 2,700 views. So we're really hitting that, and I think it's really time to market that. And I would just like to stress to people again that Montechusett TV is here to help businesses and promote the arts, which is very important for your economy. I think every dollar spent on arts comes back to a community multi-fold. So we're very committed to that. And as I said earlier, bless you, as I said earlier with Jack and his work, and he's going to continue with us. I think we have some exciting things to market, and I think the website's about to take off, and it has infinite possibilities for us. Whereas TCTV, as much as we love it, is kind of limited to Templeton. So together, I think we have a great package with that. And I probably missed some stuff, but.
Any questions for Steve?
No, but Montechusett TV is a good source of what's happening in the area. I love what's going on there for things to do.
Good calendar.
Thank you.
Anything else? Steve, as always, thank you.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
All right, that, I believe, completes us for community services. So all the presentations for quarterly reports are complete. So what I'd like to do, folks, is we're going to go item G, H. So that's Motorpalooza, Community Opportunities Group. Then in order, Gray Road, Historical Commission, and then Baldwinville School. Does everyone agree with that? And then we'll take all the town business after in order.
I would prefer to do the Baldwinville School first.
Does anyone have a problem doing Baldwinville School? Tim, I think you're part of that as well.
That's fine.
All right, let's take item Q and R.
I respect you. Thank you.
Let's do Motorpalooza and then Q and R. Everyone good with that?
I am.
I'm gonna be here for two more. So let's do that. Let's
Tom, your voice.
item G, that's just
I'm actually still
approval of a
awake, too.
permit. The others are more discussion based, where this is just approval of a permit. All right, so this is action related to town property use permit for Motorpalooza and the Narragansett Historical Society. Tom, good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
Yep, so we have your application. If you want to give us a quick overview, this is obviously not your first rodeo.
No, no, and unfortunately, last year we had to cancel a day before. It's rained that day, and that was very disappointing for all the work, all the volunteers put in to get it to that point, and we couldn't have it. So hopefully this year, everybody kind of prays for good weather, and we have a great time. It's basically the same as it has been. A few cars show up. I believe it's been around 30 or 35 cars show up. They're very respectful of the common. There's no burnouts on the grass or anything like that. The DPW is supplying us some picnic tables and some trash cans, which has always worked out very well. We appreciate that, the fact that they do that for us. We're on board with the fire chief. He's approved the propane grill we use and the locations. The police chief has approved the layout of what we've got, so that everybody's pretty much on board with it. The Board of Health is on board with the cooking. We have a Serve Safe certified person for the cooking event. And it's basically a search involved as far as street crossing and some parking, off-street parking is there, so it's not tying up a lot of the street for parking on the streets. All the cars are gonna be on the actual physical common. We have Boot Hill Express. They're very forthcoming with saving a date for our event. They love our event. They seem to want to be part of it, which we very much appreciate the fact that they want to be a part of it. And it benefits the town with the Historical Society. It allows us to keep the doors open, pay the bills, and help finish up remodeling the Grange Hall. So I think it's kind of a win-win for everybody. We just encourage people to come out spend the day looking at cars, have something to eat, and
Senator, that's your sign.
We've-
Just stock up on sign.
we're always looking for volunteers. We've got a good core base of volunteers, but the more volunteers we have, the easier it is for everybody that's volunteering for the event.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
That's pretty much the summary of it.
Okay, and it is September 22nd.
Yep.
Uh,
It's a Sunday,
11 to 4.
11 to 4, yes.
Yep, and set up at 9. Holly or Adam, any input?
Everything is in, and they're gonna
We
get
have
their
everything,
certificate of
yeah.
insurance when.
Yeah, the insurance, their quote is only good for 30 days. And Brian reached out to him and it was early and they said, well, is it okay if we send you the quote on the 22nd of August? That way we can go closer to the event, and if it really looks like it's not gonna be feasible to have it, we can we can avoid that expense of the insurance that's required for the permit.
Okay,
And I was hoping that you folks would be okay with that. And I think in the past, I was getting very nervous because the insurance company got back to us on the Friday before the event with the quote and everything. And I had to get it to Holly and it was very nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
So
And then we can make the motion.
I think you have in the past. You did that year, and I very much appreciate that.
It's gonna sound,
Pending insurance
it's gonna sound an awful lot like this. Mr. Chair, I move to approve the permit for the Narragansett Historical Society's 8th annual Motorpalooza fundraising event for September 22nd, 2024, pending receipt of certificate of insurance.
Second,
motion and a second.
And I'll forward that to you as soon as we get it, so you have that on record.
If you want to do a rain date, because this would be the time.
if you want
to add one on.
We did a rain date for Kite Fest, and I went through a lot to get the date we've got and get everything all squared away and everything, and I'm not 100% sure if my nerves will take set up another date. I mean, I'd love to. I would love to set up a couple of weekends later, but now we're getting into a lot of fall events that are going on around. And it's kind of like, and we don't want to have the two events too close. We like the October and the late September, but already September into October, we're 2 weeks apart from the two events. So where do we go with the rain date? Do we go later on in October, and now you're getting into the some people don't like this, but the snow season, and that's another thing to kind of look out for. And there's a lot of fall harvest car shows that I've been to in the past when I had a show vehicle. So maybe next year, but I think it's kind of not on the table this year. It's a lot of work to get it all squared away and up to a point where everybody's on board. And now it may not be feasible to try to say, okay, well, let's have a rain date. And it's a big event to try to get everybody on board with a second.
it was a
date.
mess last year with the wreath parade. We usually do the tree lighting.
Oh,
with the
yeah.
Wreath, and we canceled, and it was a mess, and the weather it's still bad.
No, and that's another event we love to work with the town on, the tree lighting and it's right in front of our building, and it's kind of nice to have the sale of the wreaths. We do very well with the sale of the wreaths, so we appreciate the town wanting to get involved with that, with the marching band parade and everything that they've done in the past. we really do appreciate everything the town helps us out with and does with.
Of course.
Mr. Chair, one,
It's a symbiotic relationship.
It is, because our main mission is the history of town, of
Yeah.
the town. We have photographs, we have so many things, and with, you know, Brian's doing a tremendous job at the Grange
Yeah.
Hall, getting it all squared away, setting up all the displays that are gonna be over there, and it's gonna be absolutely wonderful, and I encourage everybody to go in and take a look.
Absolutely.
They'll be amazed.
Anything else?
one quick Motorpalooza, motors. It's also has some old tractor motors. There's,
Oh, it's anything
Not-
with an engine.
yeah.
We had, one year, we had a washing machine, an engine, gas-powered washing machine.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was an incredible piece of equipment. But you know, these farms back in the thirties didn't have electricity.
Yep.
They still had to wash their clothes. I watched that thing for about 20 minutes, just watching it go. I was amazed. They had one of those old hit and miss engines on it. Yeah, I was impressed. It was a Maytag.
And it's very laid back. The energy is very laid back and relaxed.
Absolutely.
It is. It's an event that the family can come to. They can see a lot of different cars. They can go and have something to eat. They can tour through the museum. A lot of folks tour through the museum. They've never been there before. And they're just amazed at the artifacts we have. You've been there. Tim, you've been there, and Jeff, I'm not sure if you've been there or not. You might have been on it. Yeah, I
Been
haven't.
there a couple of times. First time I ever went in there, I was like in the second, third grade or something. We did.
Oh, yeah, we were doing the third grade tours for quite a while, then COVID kind of interrupted that, but we get people come in at any age saying, oh my God, last time I was in here, I was in the third grade, we came through with our class. Well, welcome back, become a member.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are. I saw your name on the list, yep.
All right. I
Oh,
think we're good.
I don't want to type any more time. Everybody else is
I
waiting
think
to.
everyone's excited about it.
Yep.
All right, on the motion for Motorpalooza with no rain date, how would you vote, Tim?
That full disclosure, I am a life member. I have no benefit by the event, but yes, absolutely, yes.
I am too. Jeff,
I am a member also, so, and yes.
Terry,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
and I'm a vote yes too.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right, Tom. Tom, give me a call.
Sure. I can stop in tomorrow morning. I got a call late shift. We're working 11 if you want to be here tomorrow.
I'll give you a text. Because I work at Hanscom and
Oh, all right.
tomorrow's my staff meeting, but I'll give you a call.
All
Or
right,
give me a call.
I'll call you, like, is tomorrow a good time to call you?
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning?
Yep, and if I don't answer, I'll give you a call back.
Okay, sounds good.
All right,
All right, thank you very much.
you're welcome. Have a good night, Tom.
Good night.
All right, we had said we were going to take P and Q out of order. Gentlemen, if you like to.
Baldwin School, yeah.
Yep. Oh, I said P and Q, Q and R, sorry.
Yeah.
Item
We're gonna do
Q
one.
is a purchase and sale agreement, so I'm gonna go ahead and let Tim, he's got his name fixed to it. I'm gonna let him start off.
Thank you. No, this was
Do you have a
just,
question?
Yeah, sorry. Thanks. Great to see everybody. We've actually had two people waiting. We'd love to be able to release them if possible, but we wanted to.
Oh, online.
Yeah, we wanted to introduce them to you.
Oh, okay,
Do you mind? And then we can get
that's part of
into the
this
discussion.
presentation.
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I just, because Tim had this, I wanted to make sure he had. a
Definitely.
chance to
No,
read
we
off.
want to
But
make sure
yeah.
we have enough time to answer any
Ab-
questions.
absolutely.
But I just want to be respectful of the folks that we have.
Yep, so it looks like we got
Um,
Rick
Yep.
and,
So we have Rick Morida, and Rick is the Senior Vice President of Rockland Trust.
all right,
He holds a very large position at the bank. He is both on the market rate side, but has also been entrenched in the affordable world for, well, I'll let Rick speak for himself, but we're really excited that Rockland Trust is at the table on this project. And with the normal caveats that they have to go through their internal process. But Rick and I completed a project right in Porter Square a few years ago called Frost Terrace. A really exciting project. And what's great about Rockland Trust is they're not a big national bank, not to name any of those banks. They're local, they're regional, they invest a lot in Worcester County. And they have really looked at our project and said, this is where they want to put a lot of their Worcester County money into Templeton, which
absolutely.
I think is really, really impressive. And so I'd love to just turn it over to, this is unusual. I think in 20 years, I've never brought a banker and Rick's just not your ordinary, he's not an ordinary banker, but I've never really brought a lender, and Rick is also going to be the investor.
Okay.
They're going to be investing in exchange for the return of all the tax credits that you've heard about. Both the state tax credits, and Rick can give you all the amounts, and the federal tax credits. But this is a public-private partnership, like we said from the beginning. You are our partners, and I think you view us as your partners, and Rick is our partner.
Yep.
And so, we've talked for a long time about what we're doing, and a lot of it's behind the scenes. We really wanted to bring in a few others so that you can see that we're making a tremendous amount of progress. We have a timeline that we'll show you. William Kennerly is our colleague. He'll show you a timeline shortly, but just out of respect for Rick, and then I'll introduce Brian in a minute. Their schedules, if that's okay.
And Rick, I gotta say, this is Mike, I'm the chair. MPZ and Capstone and Templeton, like Forrest Gump said, we are like peas and carrots. We've been going through this for a couple of years. We're very excited. We're ready. We're going to carry this fire well beyond the finish line. This is a good thing for Templeton. It's a great thing for Templeton, and we're just excited that we're be able to have these opportunities for our community. So, Rick, please.
I would echo those sentiments. We're equally excited about the opportunity, and certainly the commitment from the town is significant. I was talking with Jason earlier in terms of the order of magnitude on a relative basis. That he mentioned the property we did in Porter Square. And this is like Cambridge money. The amount of money that Templeton is committing, which obviously evidences their level of support, and the 6 or 7 sources of funding from the state, in addition to our state and federal equity on the investment side, in addition to our construction loan. Construction loan is about 17 million, and the investment side is about do the math, about 10 million. Some round numbers, something like that, between state and federal. So we haven't committed yet because we still have to go through our process, but certainly excited about the opportunity, and have worked with Jason in the past, and he does what he says he's going to do, and we have, like I said, since we invested.
Oh, Rick, you're muted. Hold on.
Rick here.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
And
we
he's
lost
gone.
him.
No.
Oh,
Should we give him 1 minute?
Oops.
Brian needs to take over.
Give him one more. What? I'll give you background on Brian while Rick's reconnecting.
Sure.
That's okay, so we're not wasting anybody's time. So Brian Parmenter is with Callahan Construction. Callahan is one of the largest, if not one of the largest general contractors in the entire state. And they're going to be bringing lots of jobs to Templeton. And we had specifically asked Brian to provide an introduction on himself, as well as the company very quickly, their capacity. You want to work with a really well-bonded construction company. I think you all know that. Someone who the town's investing $2 million. We're investing a lot of money. We want to make sure that when we sign a contract, they can complete the work, and they can complete the work at the highest level possible. And that is Callahan. I've known Pat Callahan for years. He is a gentleman who, when he says something, he's going to do it. And Brian is a project executive on this project. So Brian, I thought I'd turn it over to you for 1 minute. And when Rick comes back, maybe we'll stay with you for a minute, and then we can go back to Rick.
Sure, no problem. Thanks for having me. Yeah, like Jason said, we are a pretty big general contractor. It's a 70-year family company. We're one of the largest open shops in New England. Our average job size is about $65 million, and we'll probably do about $400 million worth of work this year. So we do know what we're doing. We do everything from lab and commercial, but our real bread and butter is multifamily. And we love what we do, and we're really excited about this, and we can't wait to put back into the community and help. And we'll do things like have job fairs. We love to hire local people. We're located in Bridgewater, so we're definitely going to be looking for subcontractors in this area, as well as helping our subcontractors hire people from the area. It just makes sense. we focus on safety. And we focus on doing the right thing all the time. We want to be a partner with city officials, town officials in the community. We take pride in that. We take pride in neighborhood outreach. You know, we know we're guests in your house and we want to act accordingly, and we will. And so we're just really excited to be part of this project. It's exciting. So thank you, Jason, for the time.
Thank you, Brian.
And I think we could also just note that Brian and his team have been on the ground here in Templeton for the past several weeks.
Oh, good.
Getting ready,
Recon,
surveying the
yeah.
building,
Okay.
in and out, looking at various elements. And we'll talk about this when we talk to the schedule, but we're about 2 weeks out from getting our final bid price on the set of drawings we have, the complete construction set of drawings.
Wow.
So lots of work.
Picking up speed.
It's 304 pages of plans.
Yeah.
That we'll be submitting.
And a 2,000-page project manual, so there's quite a bit here, and Rick's back, so that's
But
great.
I was
great
just gonna
timing.
say with Rick, if you don't mind hanging on one sec, we'll finish up with Brian. Local jobs are really important. And so as much as Callahan can hire local folks to work, you talked about seniors earlier, doing some work to abate their taxes, but we'd love to get skilled and unskilled trades that are local to Templeton. We've done job fairs before. Any other ways that you think we can get the word out too? And we're happy to come back and talk more specifically about that. It's really important to us. I can't stress that enough. For legally, it's best efforts, but honestly, we're really committed to this. This is not just about creating high quality, affordable housing in Templeton. It's about enriching the economy of Templeton too. And we're really committed to that. So yeah, so we're open to any and all ideas. I know Brian is. I don't know if anybody has questions for Brian before we release him. Okay.
No, glad to meet you. Yep.
Same here. Thank you for
Brian, thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Brian.
guys.
And Rick, I don't know, did you want to finish up?
Yeah, I apologize. My battery died. I thought I had more time on my battery when I looked before. Sorry about that, guys. What I would echo in terms of our level of interest is, you read in the papers about the challenges that banks have regarding commercial real estate and how selective they are with any new business. I think the fact that we're very much interested in this reflects the quality of the relationship that we have with Jason and Matt, because it's hard to bring in new relationships in this environment today, because it's all about who we know and relationships and trying to and saving our capital for our existing customers. So it's significant to us, and I know they appreciate it as well. But it's in this time when it's challenging for banks, it speaks volumes as to the nature of the people with whom we do business.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
And if it's any consolation to you, gentlemen, we just got our end of the year budget, and this is all the money for MPZ through CPC. It says Baldwinville School. I added it up. It's over $1,900,000. So it's still there. It hasn't been spent.
Okay, we appreciate that. And Rick, thank you for your kind words. We feel mutually, we feel the same about Rick. And at the end of the day, we can pen pages and pages of things. And if this happens and this happens and this happens, but really at the end of the day, it's about relationships, right? It's about, do we trust each other? Do we trust each other? You certainly didn't know us from anywhere, and you put a lot of trust in us, and we plan to uphold that to the nth degree. And we've, that's what this is about. So we thought this is an unusual relationship in a good way. And we wanted you to see sort of the relationships that we're bringing to the table and that we're really committed.
I agree. And, Jason spoke, he was one of the selected speakers at the Mass Municipal Association, and he talked about a lot of these conversions of properties and otherwise. And not only did he tout his good relationship with us here in Templeton, but he, just listening to him talk about all of the other challenges he's had with towns, some towns not friendly, some towns, lots of different considerations, and just that list of funding sources, upwards of 16, 20, 20, it took 2 slides for him to brief that. So for us to be involved in this project with such a great team, and we continue to build the team here that, with our continued team members from Rockland and Callahan Construction, we're picking up more momentum, and I just can't wait to do a ribbon cutting.
Awesome.
Same here.
Yeah, we had actually a question from the audience. Terry.
I understand we have a project that's involved with school. I just personally myself don't know what the project it is. What are we doing?
Yeah, that was a dispensary.
No, we've moved on. Way past that. So the Baldwinville Elementary will be preserved as a historical monument, and it'll be converted to 54 mixed income apartments. And if you haven't seen the mock-ups of it, it's absolutely beautiful. It's not just a picture. The team here has showed me other places in Massachusetts, Bridgewater. It looks just like they promised. And Callahan's hopefully is going to be a part of that process. It's this revitalization of Baldwinville. It's got green space. As we said, we had an open house. We walked through. We talked about the opportunities for not only existing Templetonians, but what it can do for the community overall. So thanks. That he's not a plant. He really he wanted to know that.
Expected completion?
We're hoping, so we're actually going to put a timeline up in 1 minute, but we're hoping to start in January. It would be about 18 months. Yeah. So I'm Jason Korb from Capstone Communities. This is Matt Zoll.
Matt Zoll, yeah.
We jumped right
into
what it was. Yeah, and I think, and William.
Yeah, well, it's I know that.
So I didn't mean to interrupt the schedule. I
No,
apologize.
it turned out really well. If Rick or Brian, I don't know if they want to stick around for the rest of the discussion, I'm certainly glad that you brought them in to be part of the team.
Great. Yeah, and I think we wanted them to see your commitment as well. So this worked out well.
Yeah.
So.
We could
Very
use a
excited.
bank in town.
Rick, do you hear that?
Yeah, we lost our AFL savings bank, so.
Okay.
Wants to expand.
All right. Well, thank you both.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. All right. Thank you again.
Do you want to do schedule, and then I'm gonna
Really
turn
defer to
the
you.
I'm gonna turn it over.
I'll just be real quick. We have in our packets for this agenda item, these are notes from a meeting back in November 29th of 2023. And we highlighted a few things here as it was given to us, the motion to extend the agreement. And the reason I called for the update, we've had some issues and challenges, as we know, some vandalism. The town has put some funds forward. We've just in the process of doing the upgrade to the water and sewer in the area. There's a road construction project going on. These are all so closely intermingled. And as you just heard from the public, some of them don't even realize we've abandoned the grow operation and the dispensary that was planned there 5-6 years ago, and we've been moving forward with this. I was just looking for a real time. What is our status? What is our update? As board member Griffiths alluded, we have almost $2 million in obligated and dedicated funds. You guys just disclosed, $27 million. We understand it. We get it. We want to keep this good relationship going, but I was just looking for where are we at? How soon can we start to expect to see things going, and when will we see the groundbreaking?
Couldn't have set this up even better.
And we did not pre-coordinate this conversation.
So William. So literally, yeah. So this is William Kennerly, who's our colleague.
Yeah, we met at the open house.
So I would say one thing. This is a very,
So this is an owl. If you talk, it's good. Yeah.
It'll snap to you.
Yep.
We have one in the house.
There you go.
So this is this process, I know, and I don't blame you, and this is why we actually created what we've created. Make sure everybody can see it. So
just so you can.
So Matt and I are personally, just so everybody knows, we're personally $1.5 million to $2 million into the deal of our money. Okay. We are very, very committed to this project. So unfortunately, the process takes a lot of time, as you know. I wish it moved faster. There's a lot of demand for these resources, as we've talked about. The first round of funding, we didn't get funded. We did get funded in the second round. And so we have made a lot of progress. What you haven't seen recently is the generation of this 2,000-page project manual, 304 pages of plans, which take a significant amount of time and resources. And also getting Rockland to the table, even though we do have the pre-existing relationship, takes a lot of time and going through numbers. And so we even actually turned the site into Swiss cheese about a month ago. You may have seen a Boer auger out there. And I have great news for you guys on that too, which is that we didn't find anything bad. So we had done some preliminary testing previously, but you never know until you actually get in there, right? And there's a lot of fill there. So I'll turn it over to Matt.
Sure.
We wanted to give you, and the key word here is EST, estimated. We don't want you to hold us, to this. This is our goal though. We really, really want to get to a year-end closing.
Yeah, we
Start construction. So.
We could, I would love to be able, do you have a PDF of this?
Sure.
If you could send that to Holly, I would love to be able to just put that on our community news.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, happy to share that.
Yep. And I can see TCTV took control of the owl and they are zooming in on, so that's great.
Great. So for the community's benefit, William has the schedule and so, and I alluded to some of these things in the prior conversation we were just having with Brian and Rick, but in 2 weeks, we'll get our final construction pricing based on that set of drawings. That's the first item. And then concurrently, we're working to put in a building permit application with the town, which we already had a preliminary meeting with fire chief and with Lori. And so we're getting all the documentation in line that's required for that. And I think we should be able to submit that next week. So that's the goal there.
It's a $250,000 fee.
Yeah, Adam reminded us.
Yeah, and that's actually, and I know this is also on the agenda, the CPC resources are actually going to go help to pay for that fee because you cannot get a building permit unless you pay the fee. So, and we need the building permit to close. So that's the goal there. So we're looking to secure that building permit in September. And then we're in conversations with the state EOHLC in order for everybody to get comfortable, with the underwriting, which is the next item, the investor's due diligence, we need our commitments from the state. So yes, we were awarded funds in the round, but then there's a process for them to allocate the resources to the project and give us exactly what we asked for. So we're in the conversations with the state on that. But part of that process is also them understanding, is this going to cost what we say it's going to cost? So that is to Jason's point with the due diligence work we've been doing in the building, on the site. So all of those things are kind of coming together in a perfect storm. So that's getting Rick and Rockland committed. That's the investor due diligence, the next line. And then solidifying that in actual pieces of paper, investor and lender commitments. And when we say lenders, that's, we have a commitment from the town, which is great, which was voted at town meeting, that those resources that Terry alluded to are committed to the project, which is fantastic. We need the same from EOHLC, the same from Rockland Trust. And then to Mr. Tuss' point, we do need to extend the DDA one more time. And so we bring it up today. We understand that might have to come to another meeting, a subsequent meeting. I've mentioned this to Adam, but we will want that agreement to be in full force and effect into the next calendar year. Should anything happen, as Jason alluded to, this is an estimate. You never know what can happen. We're doing everything we can diligently to get to the closing. And then in October starts the legal document preparation, which to the 16 sources of funds that Mr. Curry mentioned, I think there's just a lot of paper that we've got to produce, and it's volumes of information. It's telephone books.
It's typically 200 to 300 documents.
Yeah.
It is. There are a lot of lawyers.
Partnership agreements with the lender and the investor, commitments for mortgages, notes, all of the things that come with financial closing, like you would close on your house. But think of it for a $30 million project. So that's what that document prep line is, about 3 months for that. And then the project gets funded and we close. So we're trying to do that by the end of the year. So we hope not into the holidays, but sometimes these things do slip and, you know, I have a birthday in December, so it's Jason. So it might be a nice present for us.
Yeah.
So.
So does William.
That's right, Williams.
We're all born on
December,
different
baby.
birthdays.
We did that on purpose, by the way, just want to make sure
Great story.
everybody's working on their birthday. No.
You do?
And so that brings us into January as a construction start date. So all things being equal, we close by the end of the calendar year. And then we put shovels in the ground and we get going.
I would say one other thing, if you, obviously, I assume all of you heard the $5.1 billion housing bond bill. You know, should be extremely helpful to this project, I would imagine.
Right,
Speculating, obviously, but it doubled the amount of state historic tax credit allocated to developers, which is incredible. We've never seen anything like that before. And then all of those soft debt sources all are funded significantly through that bond bill. So
Timing.
yeah.
It's one of the top priorities of the
To
administration.
echo Matt's comments, you know, the perfect storm and it's all coming together. And yeah, we sit here, it's August, we're talking December, January. In the grand scheme, this is a very small segment of time looking to how far along we've come to this point in this project.
Yeah.
And that was the impetus of my question. I just wanted to know, where do we stand?
Yeah.
When can we expect to see this moving forward? And you've answered the questions I had.
Okay.
Great.
You were right to ask the question. So we thought we
We
this
knew,
was the
we
impetus.
knew what you wanted to hear. This is what we've been up to. We've been working all through the summer to gear up things and make sure that, you know, we can get to the closing.
Great.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to say kudos to Tim for bringing
Yep.
this forward.
Yeah.
And that was my question is that, because I'm thinking, how does Tim think? Maybe he brought it up because that due date is coming up and it needs an extension. So, you know, you're talking about
And-
timing?
Anticipating our needs, and we have time here to make adjustments, should and if they need be, absolutely.
Yeah.
But again, you know, we're not buying 25, 30 2x4s and 15 sheets of lumber and putting up a garden shed. That's
Yeah.
Any other? Yes,
Can I just ask about the financial situation? I don't know how to ask this, but it's gonna come out wrong, so I apologize in advance. It's just gonna come out wrong.
It's okay.
So there's, the town has set aside roughly $2 million, right? And you're planning on using the money that the town has already set aside to pay the permit of $250,000. Isn't that just a shell game? I'm sorry, I can't come up with a better phraseology for it. We're just taking, it's not bringing in any more money into the town because it's already here. Can you explain?
Sure. Do you want me to?
I get it.
Hi, what's your name, by the way?
This,
Hi.
I'm
Hi.
sorry,
That's okay.
and I'm
Yeah.
sorry, like I said, the question's coming out badly, but.
No, I understand what you're
it
saying.
Sounds like, it feels like.
It's hot in here, it's okay.
Yeah.
It feels like a shell game.
Are you familiar with the Community Preservation Act?
Yes, but it's still
Again, do
money
you want me
that's in
to-
the town.
It is, yeah, so it has to be allocated for,
appearance, but
sorry?
I was gonna, I understand what Liz's question is. It has the appearance,
Yeah.
but it's money allocated for
Mr.
the
Chair?
CPA purpose voted on.
Mr. Chair, at the very beginning, Jason and Matt, we're looking for a relationship with the town and a commitment from the town, and that was our solution, was putting aside funds to partner with them and showing them that we are committed to this project and committed to them and building a relationship with them at the very beginning. It was brought out. To my
She
recollection,
means the appearance of paying the.
to my
own
recollection, it
building
was a
permit.
partnership.
Yeah, we're paying our own building permit, is what we're doing.
So should we
And
not?
I would prefer to see that $250,000 or that $1 million halfway through the project. As opposed to upfront before the sales agreement, before everything is in place. And everything's been signed on the dotted line. Like I said, I'm asking it really badly and I apologize for that. But I realize it's probably just the way it is. I'm trying to understand.
Sure. So this is a public-private partnership. And so this is a contribution. when you do these deals, I'll give you an example. In Cambridge, they've given us $4 million to purchase a property and pay for all the architectural plans, right? So Matt and I have already outlaid $1.5 million to $2 million of our own funds for all of that, all the environmental testing, all of the engineering reports, all of the zoning attorney's fees, things like that. This is the town's contribution on the pre-development side, which goes against the $2 million to pay for that chunk of pre-development funding. Does that make sense?
So what did you guys pay up front for this project?
Somewhere in the means of $1.5 million to $2 million.
Already in this.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Good now, thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
it keeps me up at night.
Okay.
And I'm certainly happy to, honestly, we're an open book. We're happy to send whatever you would like to see to verify that. I have no issue with that whatsoever. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Another question, if you could.
We can
just
bring another lender in.
Name and
that's lended us
address.
Money for
because
that.
I had to speak previously.
Terry Fugia, 10 Baldwin Road. So as I understand it, we're gonna spend roughly $30 million to turn the Baldwin School into 55 apartments. Once done, the building is owned by who? Rents are collected by who?
They're buying it from us.
We're paying them $2 million to buy the building from us? Because that's how it's coming out.
Well, they are giving us a consideration for the property, so we're selling them the property.
For how much?
If you want to say again,
For how much?
$400,000, I believe that, yes.
And then we're kicking in $2 million to them to build it. And we're gonna get what, we as a town are gonna get what benefit out of this?
Baldwinville becomes,
55 people more, that's it?
$8 million.
I look at economic development, I look at, housing is probably the biggest. I mean, I could just say housing full stop, mic drop, that is what we get out of it, is that we
So we're
get,
paying $2 million to bring in 55 more people to our population.
yes.
Okay.
200.
Adam?
55
If I
apartments.
may,
It depends how many people move in, but
through the chair, Terry, if I can address your question. So, CPA has this funding. And they went to the Community Preservation Committee. Then they got approval both in 2021 and 2023, I want to say at the top of my head, for the funding of $1.9 million roughly. That funding, the community preservation, how it works is there's certain percentage for affordable housing. So 49 of the 54 units will be affordable housing. So that money's committed community preservation money that the townsfolk voted on for this particular project. And then there was
town voted to put $2 million aside towards.
correct.
Of CPA funds.
The
that are
towns,
already-
the townspeople voted for it. I just wanted to provide that information, so.
It's money that can't be used for schools. It can't be used for roads. It has to be used for either open space, affordable housing,
Space.
or historic
Let me write that
preservation.
down.
But so it has to be used for one of those three things. I think,
Like Dwelly Farm.
we just did this in Bridgewater. And even the people who opposed the project came out and said how much they loved it. Adam was actually at the opening.
I was
And
too.
you were also there, it was also there too.
Pictures.
In some ways, it's hard to describe the catalyst that it creates. It does so many things. It's people who grew up in Templeton that can no longer afford to live here can come back and rent at reasonable rents. They pay 30.
Rents that are controlled by who?
It's controlled, they're set by the federal government actually, based on local incomes.
So these people
So-
will get in at a low rate and little by little be pushed out.
No, so it's set to folks that earn anywhere between 30% and 60% of the area median income, right? So it's based on the area median income, right? Not the mean income, right? Because that would skew it, because you have some really high earners that would make the average much higher, right?
Yep.
So it's the middle person. Okay, and then you take 60% of that, and that's where a lot of our residents will come from. And so typically our residents spend anywhere between 30% and 35% of their income on rent and utilities. That includes utilities too, which is not insignificant, which means that they have 65% of its disposable income. It's to spend on other things. It's actually safe, right? I mean, if we look at the cost of housing around here and across the state, it's gone through the roof.
Sounds great for the people living there. I just don't see what financially it is bringing to this town
Sure.
Your $2
So
million
we will
dollars
also be paying real
Jason,
estate taxes.
The,
Yeah.
the open house,
Yeah.
we addressed a
Yeah.
lot of these things at the open house. And so like, if you want to hear the expanded soundtrack for that, I would 100% go to the TCTV YouTube site, and the walkthrough is part of it. All of the speakers, all of the questions. You probably even recognize some of the people in the audience that come to your restaurant. It was a very comprehensive event to be able to understand the questions. And I think there were some tough questions in there as well, to be able to say, I'm this, how is this going to work for me? And I think the fact that we were able to answer those and, not get flustered, throw up our tent and run away. We went through everything methodically to be able to say, this is why this is such a good thing, if you knew it or not.
So the town will receive income in the form of like sewer payments, water payments.
Yes.
Electricity, property taxes.
Yep, everything.
So there is something.
Yes,
coming.
yes, all of that.
That was really what I was looking.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to be able to, like, the way that you asked the question, I wanted to be able to answer it directly and say, yes.
Those are excellent questions.
But it sounds like the town brought in 110,000 total in building permit fees over the entire calendar year or fiscal year, where our project alone will create $250,000 in building permit fees.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So we'll make our money back over time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Great questions.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of parking.
Yes. Are you gonna butter?
Plenty is probably not the right word. However, that came up several times. I really, to anyone watching as well, watch that video, because anything that you might have had some heartburn about, they wind up discussing, we all wind up discussing that. Ann Goby stopped by, gave her state perspective. I'm not sure if she was the senator or.
She was the senator.
She was
Just transitioned
Yeah,
out.
she's
I
the
believe.
senator, yeah.
Yep. But, or
the
whether she was
director of rural
speaking in her
affairs
new,
then.
yeah,
She was-
because now she
yeah.
comes.
Representative Zlotnick.
There's gonna be a public
Yep,
playground
he
for the
was.
public,
All right.
a new public playground,
Cool.
and
And
gonna be a river walk that we're gonna
Trail
be
that
creating at
goes
our
out to
expense.
the old railroad
Yeah.
abutment. That's
And it's all owned and managed and taken care of by
Everything.
your
Yep,
company.
we own it, and we have a third-party management company that's
Like a
does
property management.
multifamily
Yes.
housing.
And we're not allowed, in general, we're not allowed to sell it for 15 years, so we are in it, right?
And how do people who, they apply for an apartment, I would imagine,
Mhm.
and there are
So-
certain rules they have to abide by?
Yes,
Fair
so
housing.
we're allowed to screen like any other landlord, we're on the hook personally,
Right, right.
right? So, in the
You guys
eighties,
just Section
things
8?
changed,
Section 8.
we will
Yes.
have
Could
some
I-
section 8 too.
I would like to limit the discussion.
sorry.
These are excellent
Apologies.
questions, but we've
We
we've
give you-
achieved
happy to give you our
the
numbers,
update.
so, yeah.
As Dottie just said, she found it pretty quickly.
It's called the Baldwinville School Affordable Housing Project Open House. It's gonna be on TCTV's YouTube page.
Thank you.
And a lot of the questions are answered within that video. It's an hour and 15-minute video.
Fantastic.
It's
All right. Any other questions for Jason or Matt? All right, thanks,
Very
gentlemen,
informative,
for the
gentlemen.
update.
Thank
I know Zoom is more comfortable, but thank you for being in person. Of
course.
It's always great to see you guys as well.
Yeah, likewise.
Go ahead.
Just one more thing to add to the board, for full disclosure, they just signed the agreement with the Community Preservation Committee. The chair, John Henshaw, signed and you signed, that's why I met you out there. And so they have their fully executed grant agreement. And you're probably wondering, well, why is CPC doing it with them? That's how town meeting voted, was the agreement to be between CPC and the developers. So that's why you have an update on your agenda. I just wanted to provide that in addition to Tim's item that he put on.
That MR that you just updated.
Correct, yeah. And I'm not sure if they wanted to add anything further.
And I just want to add that we're fully coordinated on the road work that's taking place. Our engineers and your engineers have been communicating. We've been working with the town's consultant. And so all of that work is getting teed up to start. And so we're making sure we're ready to do our piece of that. And we will.
Great. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very informative,
Great to
gentlemen.
see
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Great to see you. Safe travels back to Bridgewater.
Thanks.
All right, leapfrogging around. I'm going back up to action item related to community opportunities group for on-call services contract. And I know I saw Peter's been on for quite a while. Thank you for hanging with us, Peter. So Adam and Peter, if you want to go ahead and walk us through that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have, I was talking with, Mr. Sanborn, and fortunately for us, we haven't had a lot of activity as of late. And I think, Peter could correct me if I'm wrong, but his bills have been relatively small from what I could recollect. But this is a contract that we discussed, and he put a draft forward to the board for consideration and for the chair to sign. And if I can, through the chair to Mr. Sanborn, did I miss it? Anything that, I mean, we haven't really had a lot of, I haven't noticed a lot of your bills, I should say.
You're asking me, Adam?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. No. So this was a 3-year contract that expired at the end of June.
Yeah.
We were estimating back then that the contract, which is based on an hourly billing basis, would seem the fairest way, both for the town and for us to enter into this contract. That there would be, on the original contract, we estimated that we would not spend probably more than $5,000 each year for the 3 years. And this is not paid from town funds. This is paid from former CDBG funds that are derived from the repayment of homes when they're sold that received assistance under the housing rehab program. In fact, over the 3-year contract, we billed slightly more than $5,700 total. And that's in part a reflection that of the higher interest rates in the past year and a half, where people before were refinancing their own private mortgages for lower rates. And when they did, the town's lien from the housing rehab program would have moved into first place if the town was not willing to subordinate its position to a refi, which it did. So our activity under this contract and proposed relates to 2 things primarily. One is to facilitate subordination requests from private owners when they seek to refinance their homes, number 1. And number 2, when a home is sold, that we, in conjunction with the appropriate town departments, that we process the release of the town's mortgage. So the town actually has a mortgage for every one of these properties that is assisted under the housing rehab program. Originally there was slightly over a total of $1 million in mortgages that came from these grants. About 160,000 of that had been repaid as a result of home sales, approximately. These mortgages are 15-year notes. At the end of a 15-year period, they basically go to zero. What was a loan that was potentially repayable upon sale of the property within the 15 years actually converts to a grant. So at the end of a 15-year period, the homeowner owes the town $0 back. So the first grant that the town received to fund this program was in federal fiscal year 2006. So the earliest few grants are actually, the loans on those have now expired. So between now and 2031, all of the balance of loans will expire. So we're talking about sales of the ones that are still in effect or refinance requests for those that are not. I hope that's clear.
Crystal.
And Peter, you all know Peter, he does a fabulous
Yeah.
job. We're fortunate to have him, so,
Yep.
I think he pretty much covered everything in his.
Are there any questions for Adam or Peter? If not, I'd entertain a motion concerning the contract.
I just have one question. I'm
Mhm.
looking at the date of the letter in front of us, June 26, 2024, and I do understand we have had a condensed schedule and some breaks over the summer, but Mr. Sanborn said this contract expired at the end of June 2024. I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. We've got to get a tighter grip on these contracts. Attention to detail is killing us. And there's no excuse for this. There really isn't.
Yeah, I would advocate for, if we've got a running list of contracts, that if we're not managing it that way, then that would be a very easy way. Like if you're able to remember that we've got to update the community, the Baldwinville school thing, whether it's a piece of string around your finger or Outlook calendar, we need to be able to do that. I agree with you, Tim.
We have an action tracker, and at this point, in
Yeah.
my mind, we're not following this. This board needs to put every one of these contracts on our action tracker.
I agree.
We
In
need
fact-
to take control of this animal right now.
Okay,
They
we
are
can
all
do that.
supposed to, by law, they're all supposed to be in the office of the accountant.
Yep.
And that's been an issue brought up in the town audits, in the management letter since Rosella Clark has been our audit.
Okay.
Tony, I remember he handed on that until we swapped the manager over. But that's been the thing. All these contracts are supposed to be in one place and we should be tracking. And we're not.
I agree, both of you.
The devil truly lies in the details.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
they should also be online on the website. And.
Concur.
All the contracts aren't there.
Okay, concur. Right, any other discussion? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion concerning the contract.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I move to approve the contract for Community Opportunities Group on-call services and for the chair to sign.
okay, I have a motion.
Second.
And it seconded. Any further discussion?
Does there need to be a start end date?
It's on the contract.
It's on the contract.
Mhm. Any further discussion?
I would just mention the fact real quickly that
2020.
as long as COG has been with us, we had an office at 4 Elm Street. They actually had an office in there. There was I can't remember his name, but he used to be in town like once, twice a month. There was the town clerk, there was Conservation Commission office, and it was COG office. Because they used to do a lot of grant stuff for us. So they've been dealing with us a long time.
Peter, you remember who that was?
Mike Pinkman.
I didn't hear the audio's not very good.
Oh, Jeff said that COG used to have an office in our old location on Elm Street.
Yes,
They have one here too.
Oh, okay.
And what was the name again?
Mike Pinkpank.
Mike?
There you go.
Mike Ping Pang.
Yeah.
All right, anything further?
Should I amend it? Because it does say expire June 30th, 2027, and just to include that for the record.
Okay.
So I would like to amend my motion to include with an expiration date of June 30th, 2027.
Okay. So that's, you're amending, and
Mhm.
who's the second?
I was the second. I agree.
Okay. All right, if the record could show that she made that amendment. Any further discussion? Hearing none on the motion to extend sign the contract for the chair to sign the contract with COG until June of 2027. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Peter, thanks for hanging with us tonight. I know it was a
Okay,
long.
thank you. Thank you.
Night.
All right, thanks, team. All right. We've got item with, for people that are here. N and P, Gray Road discussion, and then also historical commission, concerning crows. You want to? All right, absolutely. Let's go with, item E, discussion related to historical commission request, crows parking. Karen and Terry, if you want to come up to the mic.
Everybody stay
I
seated.
thought, Tom going to come?
Hi.
No, okay. All right, I know we have a letter.
Yep. Yes.
You have a copy of the letter.
Yeah. Is anyone from the historical commission present?
Okay.
Well, I have pages and pages and pages of stuff I wanted to unload, but I'm just not gonna.
Do you want me to start by, at least on their behalf, at least, reading or, okay,
Yeah, I
All right, so-
understand the letter, but I understand it.
sure.
Yep.
It helped kind of tease it up.
Yep.
This is from the Templeton Historical Commission. At a meeting of the Historical Commission held back in July, it was discussed and decided that we would address the following matter in writing. We hereby request the, select board to take up with the following matter. Historical Commission charters to protect historical assets of the town. We feel it is incumbent upon us to bring forward our concerns regarding the use of town property, the common, for a for-profit entity, Crows, as in the restaurant. As automobile parking for their business on a regular, ongoing basis. This area is within the confines of the federal and state certified Templeton Center Historical District. It is under, it says, and is under our guardianship. This continued use has made significant impact on the area with hard-packed parking locations off the established driveway, where the lawn is completely dead and gone. When busy, cars are parked even outside these hard-packed areas, on areas which have managed to maintain some vegetation, but with continued use are also sure to die off. Some areas on the town common have had fill placed in the parking locations by crows. We are of the understanding that this was to be a temporary measure when the business first opened. Later, with the impact of COVID, the use was allowed to continue. Now it seems to have become the norm. We have been advised that at the time of Crow's permit review, the business plan indicated that a parking lot would be developed on Crow's own property on the southern lawn directly off of Route 2 Alpha. There is no evidence that this is moving forward. We would request that the board take this matter up and work with Crows to return to their original approved plan. They should be advised that no action may be taken to make the existing temporary parking spaces permanent by use of graded fill, or paving. And when the approved parking area comes to fruition, they should loam and seed the affected temporary parking spots and discontinue the use of them. Respectively submitted for the Historical Society, Michael Dixon, scribe.
Historical Society or Historical Commission?
Commission.
Two different things, right?
Commission.
Mm.
Did I?
You said society.
Oh, sorry, commission. Yep. My mistake.
I'm sorry that we're popular.
Yeah.
I don't have an answer. I mean, we opened a restaurant during a pandemic, did takeout for 9 months, closed for a pandemic, reopened for a pandemic. When we opened the restaurant in 2019, we opened 2 weeks after the governor shut down indoor dining. 2020, sorry. The governor shut down indoor dining. When our insurance company asked us what we thought we would do for revenue, I said $200,000. I had no idea we were going to be as busy as we are, and I'm not going to apologize for it. We park there, we do. I don't think that we have people camping out there. I don't think that it's muddy. I don't think it's unkept. I don't think that there's beer cans, scratch tickets, trash laying around. We do park there. I don't know where the idea came from that I was going to put a parking lot on the side of Route 2A. We
You never
can't.
submitted any.
And I don't know who advised them that there was a business plan, because we didn't submit a business plan to anybody, just kind of winged it. So I honestly don't know what to do here.
And keep in
It's-
mind that we're one of the only properties, probably the only property in town that is surrounded by town land. It's like, I have a right of way under my property. That's about it. Everything we would use is owned by you guys. Like, who has a house like that? We didn't even realize that until we were well into the project. It's an awkward situation for everybody.
If I may, of course. As far as the right of way, I remember when that was the private residence. My dad used to plow the driveway, and it was always the thing, if you tore up the grass because of early storm or late storm, it had to be repaired because it was town property. I remember when you first came, to get a permit to open up and everything, there was a discussion about buying the common, buying that
We'd
stuff.
love to do that. Still open.
It was, and I even said, well, if that's what it would take, I would say it would sell it for market value. There's a lot of details in the comment and how it came about, but so I recall that discussion on parking. Simply,
And that would be a win-win. The
I-
town wouldn't have to pay.
it's all right. I don't recall, and I know there is land on the side that belongs to you and out back. I don't really recall you saying you were gonna pursue putting a parking lot on the side of the entrance off of Route 2. I just remember. I remember the discussion about the common in front of there, and there was talk about, well, we'd be willing to buy it.
Please.
To use, because the parking was the big thing that came up in the discussion.
I remember that coming up. And we own we kind of own the grass behind us. And what someone told us when that did come up was that the Patriots Road is a state highway and we'd never get permission to break through that wall and come into there. And I think that was really the only discussion regarding it. It kind of stopped.
I know there's a couple of square granite markers.
There's one,
and-
yes.
And there's one down by the state road, and then I think there's one up near the driveway, maybe not.
There's one up near the house. It's kind of like where you guys stop.
Right, then I-
Stop mowing.
There's
You
another
mow
one
like up
down
and down. Yeah,
way by the stone wall there.
yeah.
And that's like the line, one side
Mhm.
is the house and
Right.
the front door and stuff, and then the rest is.
That's what the town mows too.
So I can go back and watch, I mean, anybody can go back and watch the meeting. I'm pretty sure it's on TCTV. They're pretty good about recording all that stuff, and it's there. So you can go watch verbatim. I just don't recall you putting forth that you're gonna try to put a driveway in off of Route 2A and build a parking lot over there.
We never did, no.
There was talk about parking on Baldwinville Road. It was only gonna be on one side. And then I know discussion over time has been on Boynton.
Well,
But
people
I just
complained if
don't
we use
recall you're gonna, you're talking about you're gonna build a parking lot on the side. I could be wrong, I have to watch the meeting,
No,
but
I agree with
I don't recall that. I didn't recall you talking about buying the common from the town. So you could have the whole parcel.
Yeah, and that's really, I recall all of these things. I recall, the back 40 that you have behind your property. I'm gonna pull up.
Which is a swamp.
There's a field back
Yeah.
there, but we can't even.
But no, I'm just saying, I remember that
Yeah.
discussion. I remember your grease trap. I remember all of the different things that we had for it. The big piece with that one was taking a look at deed restrictions. If the historical commission watching right now probably fell out of their seats when that we re-brought that up in terms of consideration for sale. It does make sense, but with the spirit of what historical commission is talking about, that they're very protective of. I mean, it's a town common. We're in New England, we're in Massachusetts. Of course, they're going to be protective of that. So we do need to be able to have that consideration to say, we've got to fix it, because as I bring it up right now, I'm going to bring up the property lines,
It is historical.
because it's going to
area,
show what the nature of the problem is.
and
Because
it
I
is
want
town
to
property.
find a solution.
And it's.
we kind of feel like we're being singled out. Those people have been parking on town common for 200 years. I mean, you.
Oh, yeah, we have an
one of
event
those
and they're all over,
parcels,
right, I get
they
it.
all have
I didn't want to
areas.
call out Motorpalooza, but they're gonna park 40 cars on town property.
Right across from the church, there's 20 feet of no vegetation because everybody parks there, not just the church. it's
It wasn't a
buses.
problem in the past.
It's never a problem. And I could go on for half an hour
would-
on all the different things I've seen people parking.
I just would, I would understand more if there was trash or beer cans or burnouts in mud or camping out for a concert, but for 30 hours a week, 12 cars parked there. That's it.
And I mow that property more often than the highway department does, and nothing against them. They're short-staffed, they work hard. I have no issue with taking care of it. I pick up every branch, every stick that comes down in any storm. If you go by my property, all of Aldenville Road is all weeds and stuff. Again, they're short-staffed, they get the stuff when they can. I weed whack that sidewalk, I weed whack the edge of the road. You walk by our property, there's not one weed growing up from a piece of grass. I take care of that whole area.
I do stuff too.
Yeah, and I mean, I paraphrased a couple of things, but they did not say that, when I read this and the board, can give their thoughts on it. I didn't read this like you were bad stewards of the land, is that it was about encroachment. You're
Okay.
doing so
Great.
well that your parking, I got it up on the screen. Now I got to pull it up again.
Oh, we've had a lovely resident.
Mr. Chair, if I may, while you're pulling that
Yep.
up.
Yeah.
Karen, I met you years ago, right as you were opening.
Take your shit off. I'm
No,
sorry.
no.
I did it to a
The
lot.
the
of
little playhouse that used to sit where the trees and
Yeah.
vegetation still sit.
Boy.
And we got the phone call that night, and full disclosure, when the Whittles owned that as the private residence in the country mischief, that little playhouse was my wife's playhouse growing up. That was on a permanent loan from her family to Gail. I got the frantic phone call that the seated board at the time and our administrative staff at the time decided they were gonna tear it down. My son and I came and we removed it.
Yep.
At the same time, we were told, and I had to believe them, but I look at it now and here we are years later, that vegetation was also going to disappear. And I said, why would we want to take vegetation off the common? It didn't make sense to me.
Right.
But part of the parking challenge, and through no fault of your own, Baldwinville Road was reconstructed. They added the sidewalks, they took away lane width. You look where the white fog line is, there is no parking because they used to park on the restaurant side. They ran the small restaurant out of the mini footprint.
Yep.
But Gail and Glenn also never went further than the end door that faces Patriots Road. The
Right.
parking was from their back and out on the street.
Right,
They always kept that corner clear.
right.
And just for those who have been in town a long time and remember it, I'm speaking, Jeff, you can give me the nod if I'm misspeaking.
The thing is,
So again, I'm not angry. I'm frustrated with the way things have played out. I'm glad we were able to salvage the playground.
Right.
I just want to drag it up. I want to show you.
Was the reason why I called Gail to begin with. I'm
Right.
like, they're about to come and rip this thing down. You need to come and.
And then Gail called us saying, you
Right,
better get
it
down
said you
there.
came with your tow truck and
Yep.
I was surprised that thing moved the way it did too.
All right.
All right, so if, this is, we can all see it in the room, but it's also playing on the TV and for the recording as well. The problem that we have is your property line doesn't have the rest of that driveway.
Mhm.
And that's the nature of the problem. So your customers, when they drive in that cul-de-sac,
Right,
it's natural. If I'm going to your restaurant, it's the propensity to feel that that's part of it.
Mhm.
But that, as the historical, commission is saying, it's not your land.
then why is there a road there? Why is there a driveway there? What's the purpose of that driveway?
Yeah.
Why would you have a driveway to nowhere in the middle of a parcel?
I think over time, I'm speculating. Over time, that's exactly what wound up happening, whether,
Well, someone paved it.
right.
Right.
But it doesn't change the property lines of it.
Right.
We're talking about fact, and it does make sense, and that's why it's as Jeff had talked about, it's a logical discussion to say, well, if it is like that, right, the fact is that you do have a cul-de-sac. Why would it not be natural then for that as a business to exist? But if that's not a consideration, you know, whether a historical commission or we as the town say that's not on the table. We've got to be able to figure out a way to peacefully coexist where we don't have.
But we are peacefully coexisting with the exception of this one letter. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of residents that come to our restaurant, pay taxes in this town, use that parking, they're not complaining.
Yeah.
We are peacefully coexisting. We have one person.
Yeah.
One. You all have come and eaten and parked in
Yeah.
those areas.
They're stating the fact.
Oh,
I understand what I understand what you're saying is that it exists already and everyone seems to be getting along. However, it doesn't change the fact that that's that property and they have a point there. They brought up a valid point. So we've got to be able to find a way to be able to solve that. So it's not impacting town common and it's not impacting your business.
So we
That's
can't
a
have
weird
cars.
way to say it, but it's basically making sure we can come up with a mutual.
Win-win.
Yeah.
We're looking to do a win-win because we respect and appreciate everything that you do.
Well, how do we win-win? I mean, if we can't have.
I think we have to have a greater discussion. We have to bring everyone to the table.
Yep.
And we have to talk through that to say, what is possible here? Is it sale of land? Is it a mutual, a memorandum of agreement to be able to say what it? The way that the way that they're describing it is, you know, not deforestation, basically cars causing erosion in that grass, to not be like the rest of that, the lawn.
But the same thing is happening in several other common areas and no one has an issue with that. So we feel like we're being seen.
Give me an example.
Directly across the street from the church, the grass is eroded for 20 feet.
Yeah.
School buses, citizens,
Yeah.
church patrons, all parked there. I got pictures of just the other day, you had a concert right there.
Yeah.
There were 15 cars parked in there.
Yeah.
That's all eroded. It's town common property. I don't have a problem with it. We feel like we're being singled out.
Okay.
Boynton Street. Guy with the school bus parks his bus on that side road all year long. He goes and picks people up. He comes back, he parks the bus there, sits there all day, gets in his bus to go pick him up, and he drives down the side Boynton Road. It's no grass that far. And it's to the point where it's down 6 inches and the road's gonna start getting affected. No one cares about that.
Yeah.
I can go on and on and on. Across the street from us on the side of the church. It's all, it's all the vegetation is gone. When you round the corner of town common property, our lot, going down Patriots Road, that whole side, all the vegetation is gone and worn out. No one has a problem with that. But our customers just parking on the side of the driveway, for some reason, that's a big issue.
Yeah.
Now, in the spring, I put in hard pack on our area. The guy finished at 6 o'clock. By 10 o'clock in the morning, I had the highway superintendent coming down because apparently the phone was ringing off the hook that we were paving on common land, which we were putting down hard pack on our own property. We did that spot. I had a plan to spread the hard pack on either side to at least make it look nice. But then I'm like, okay, well, if everyone's gonna complain, when you do on my own property, I'm just gonna stop.
Yeah.
I got no problem making it look pretty. But if they don't park there, then they're gonna park all along the sidewalk of Alden River Road, which will be a safety hazard. They'll fill Boynton Road. They'll probably park on that grass. I mean, can't control where they park. I never told them to park there. They just do because they've been doing it for
Completely
years.
understand, like,
So if we fix one
heavy
problem, we
weekend,
might
it's
cause
a lot.
3 others.
Yeah.
If
I
people
would,
are gonna do
I'd
what
like,
they're gonna do.
we're definitely not gonna solve it tonight, but I wanna be able to, you know, we got this letter, it's in the packet, we digested it. Thankfully, you were able to hang with us, you know, you learned a couple things about the school. I'm glad that you came tonight so we can wind up talking to these things. It's gonna be a greater conversation to say, what is a fix?
And we're kind of locked in, Mike, like, where else do we park? You know, we have
And
a
you're,
property in the
like you
center
said
of
with the
town.
cul-de-sac, it's been historically used.
Yeah.
The Whittle.
Whittles,
Yep.
yeah.
The Whittles before you, that it was used the same way. I missed a little bit of the conversation about the house at the end of the thing. Oh, all right. But I would propose that we wind up having a greater discussion where we have historical commission, we have the DPW, we wind up doing an examination of the deed to see what is possible. Can we even split up that piece to say, like, I think your outdoor dining is also on town property as well, to be able to say what makes sense from a historical perspective, where this house has been here since he was a baby.
It's one of the oldest, it used to be a boys' school.
Yep.
Way back when.
It was part of the Confederate Railroad way back when.
It's one of the oldest, yeah.
And it's now the.
So you're
second most
historical
updated
as
building
well,
next to the
so-
School in town.
Yeah. Yep. Liz has been sitting on a comment.
A couple of things, sitting from a standpoint of when the Whittles had it, the parking didn't go as far. All right, so, and I'm gonna play devil's advocate. You're gonna hear some things you're not gonna like from me.
No, you have to be on my side.
No, people like me and hate me. So when you, as a business owner, you had to have known you're gonna be seating X number of people, which meant you knew you're going to need X number of.
No business owner knows that.
No,
You
no,
hope-
We didn't know we were gonna be as busy as we are.
No, what I mean is you knew you were gonna have X number of tables, which meant you knew you were going to have, if you were fully packed, you were gonna have X number of cars. So you had to have had some expectation of the parking.
Yep.
Okay, so putting that aside, now the Whittles, when they parked stuff, they did not park as far as your customers are currently parking. So I think that is what has caused some of the angst and the unhappiness of people. You may not have heard it personally from people being unhappy. People have been unhappy. I'll tell you.
Yeah, it's all over
Yeah.
Facebook.
Well,
Very,
you know,
very small percentage
No,
of
no,
people on
I'm
Facebook.
just,
Very
well,
small.
whether it's on Facebook or not on Facebook or wherever it is, people have been unhappy, all right? You need parking, right? You need a place for your customers to go, for your employees to park. And what the state has done to the roads has made it significantly more difficult, right? I don't have a solution. All I'm saying is what I see is, I personally don't think you should be using town property for your business, all right? The examples that you gave, yes, it is other people are using things, but they're not using it for a business to make money. They're not doing that, all right? And that is the difference.
Well, how is it different? Just because you're not making money, you can use the town property if you're not making money. You can't if you are.
That is a New England, that is a New England thing, but it's a New England, you can, if you had a cow legally, you could raise your cow
So
on
we
town
can-
common.
Put 20
Right,
cars
and
on
you
the
could
town.
sell
common,
your cow
and
on
the guy
town
string the
common
band
for a
drum,
profit.
But not 20 cars to have.
Because that's what the common was for. Back in the day, you could
Right.
bring all your sheep to graze. That's what the common was for. And sell your sheep for profit.
But so
That's right.
he was giving
Yeah,
an
was the
example.
I want to bring the
Yeah,
conversation
Yeah,
back.
I'm just trying to say is that the examples I don't think are quite valid. All right, because it's not another business doing it. You're not being singled out, in my opinion, because you are a business and you should have had more sense about the number of parking spots you needed. So, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jeff.
If I may, long time ago, I served on the Common Improvement Committee. This has been it's a long-going issue before you folks came along. As far as the condition of the common along Boynton Street, you're right. From the hot top, once the thing was paved, the pavement is above the grass and it has never been correctly addressed.
And it's getting worse.
And sometimes in the winter time, and nowadays, there's all kind of stuff that happens.
Sure.
That whole area, the Wellington Road in front of the church, that section of the common is horrendous, it's trash and inexcusable in my opinion. I think this is an issue that needs to be, it's definitely got to be revisited. We need to talk with the CPC and a historical commission. There is back in 2010, there was a big thing, there's a big plan. It was a kind of a study and stuff about redesigning the common and doing things with it, and Baldwinville Road where it curves now, it used to go straight.
Yeah, I remember that.
And the monument there, it was
Yes,
a
they do.
little island by itself. So there has been some change, and that was a big fight. A lot of people didn't want that to happen. So we need to, get 3 groups together. And invite you all in here and all the residents who want to come. My thoughts, my idea is to use CPC funding for some of the things that it can be used for, historical preservation, and see if we could finally come up with a plan. And my thought, in your situation, along that driveway that's been there as long as I can remember, and I'm 68, and I grew up in this town, is maybe where you have now dirt, mud, stone, whatever. If we squared that off and maybe like paved it with, and I'm getting whoopity here, cobblestones or something to make it look like the old time.
It'd be great.
And
That'd be great.
and at the same time, perhaps, and I remember who the hell did I have this conversation with? We were talking about putting some cement pads, some park benches, and some old style lighting around the common. It never came to fruition. It was just a couple people talking.
You turn like that. front
We
part
wanted to
into
do
kinda
it
like a
with
park.
some,
And there are some
It looked
old
nice.
wells, if you see the round cement covers on
Yeah.
the common, there are some old wells. And back at that charrette in 10, where we came up with this common and study, and there was talk about a historical bylaw and things. Those wells were talked about. And it was discussed, well, they were used, back in the day for fire and stuff. Well, maybe we should, get rid of them or whatever.
like one right.
Whoa, no. I suggested moving some of the monuments for like a monument row in front of the Historical Society. I thought I was getting strung up. There's people have some strong feelings about the way things are, but again, it doesn't fix anything now. But that common needs to be fixed and it needs to be worked on, and maybe
If it's
this will,
help, that would be
maybe
great.
this will kickstart it and we can adjust. Because all the issues that you just listed have been there for a while, and it's been mentioned here or there, but another time.
I mean,
We
even
can have
your-
another
your,
meeting.
your driveway isn't, that, as it exists, your frontage is on the other side of your property. I know, so we've got to be able to fix this.
We're in a weird situation.
Yeah, if, so people understand, this is their driveway. That sliver of town land is all along the frontage, so they're already driving across town, technically town property.
Technically, I don't even own my own driveway.
That's right.
Who
So
doesn't own their own driveway?
I think Jeff came up with a couple of good ideas to be able to start the conversation. What we need is a working group. We're bound by open meeting law and, contributions to groups or otherwise. But I think that we need to be able to involve several stakeholders here to start the conversation to say, how do we help you? Not how do we kick you off, but how do we help you?
That would be good. Because we're feeling like it's the other way.
I don't feel.
Not from you guys,
I know.
not from you guys, just
But
from.
if,
some people.
maybe the letter got it going. I'll need a name and an address.
Yeah, Sean Ambrose, 116 Templeton, Parkersville Road. It looks like we're talking about 75 feet. Do we know exactly what the footage is there from the edge of the property line to the edge of the street where the driveway is?
I don't even think it's that. I think it's
Okay.
small.
50 feet, maybe 60, right?
Yeah.
50
Okay. Listen, I'm gonna be 55 years old here in about a month. These are grown people in this room. We're arguing over 50, 60 feet. We have 2 business owners who contribute tremendously to this town, to the infrastructure of this town, okay? I don't understand how we can't somehow, it already sounds like they're willing to kick in some kind of tribute to use the land to do something to improve that. I'd like to know what the historical commission's plan is for that land. What do they want to do with it other than just sit there? Because honestly, our common, Barry just smacks ours all around, okay? I don't want to get in that state. What I'm saying is they're willing to actually improve that area when it seems like we've cared little until all of a sudden someone actually started doing something over there that became popular, okay? And now somebody wants to make issue of it. seems like it's not been an issue for anyone prior to, again, someone having a little bit of traffic there. But again, we're only talking about 50, 60 feet. I don't understand how this town and the people involved, where they can't come together and somehow come to a reasonable agreement. I mean, heck, they offered to buy the land initially.
Yeah.
You talk about a win-win, boy, this town could certainly use that money in the coffers for, quite honestly, land when we talk about the common. And I realize it's historic,
Yeah.
but historically speaking, we're not doing anything with it other than looking at it when we drive by it. And before we drive by, we have to drive by a burnout on the right. And, I mean, I'm just saying, we're talking about 50, 60 feet here, and this seems like we're trying to drive two really, really good business owners out of town.
Yeah.
Because honestly, they could take their restaurant and go succeed anywhere. All right, not just in this town, they could take it anywhere and succeed. All right, I spent a lot of years in the restaurant business. They do it right, they're sustainable, and they're a benefit to this community. They're one of the only places in this town that will actually eat because they have good quality food, sustainable food. So not a slight on any of the other businesses, but again, they do a great job, and we're talking about 50 to 60 feet here. It seems very trivial, especially with the business at hand. Especially when I'm not even going to that. I'm just saying, it just seems very.
Sean.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sean.
Yes.
I agree. And so the letter is formally being reviewed tonight. Karen and Terry are here. So, call it the first day of a solution. We're going to figure out what to do. We just got to figure out how we do it all moving forward. So everyone gets something out of it. We've already talked about possible land sale. We talked about community preservation coming in and really making it, and really improving that thing, that slice of land there.
Why aren't they here?
You'd have to ask them
They're
that.
not.
I wish we could answer that.
You'd have to ask them that, unfortunately.
Okay.
We
Still
try to
sell
be good
Pop-Tarts.
stewards of the community. We really are trying.
So Adam, go ahead.
I was just gonna add, I would have to look at the deed, but what I'm thinking the board could do, if they're open to it, is some type of license agreement for access to their site. I just want to throw that out there. I think that's something that could be accomplished with them, but I guess.
I don't know what you mean. Could you elaborate?
Generally, like, if you have land, you could do a license agreement for them to utilize that land. It would be
Town property use?
Well, it'd be between the business owners as well as the select board, kind of like what we do with the
I like a temporary. I think like you're kind of describing a temporary solution, so we have a way to move forward. So we're under agreement, and then a permanent solution to be able to say, what are we doing here?
well, I think the permanent one, if I can, Mr. Chair, would require town meeting vote, whether it be an easement or
Common
land, or because it would have to be
Were you
approved by town
mentioning
meeting
YouTube? Okay.
for more of a permanent solution.
I agree. We've talked about a bunch of them tonight, and I just want to make sure from a working group perspective, so we get the right people. We're not violating open meeting law or anything, and we get the right people to kind of go have the right conversations in the right forums, and then be able to kind of come back and say, right, what did we learn? What are the different options? From a retired military, this is a course of action development starter. What are the different courses of action that we can do here? Richard Curtis, our emergency management director, did say had a couple of points on the chat on YouTube. If you stop Crow's customers from parking on town property, then you have to stop all parking. Events on the common, for example, just my opinion, and then put up parking meters so that the town makes money on parking in that area. A couple of other ideas that could be a part of the
Again,
discussion.
The common is a historical area. I want to know where the historical commission was when there's signs on the common for private business, for profit. It's just. I would request an agenda item for our next meeting.
Okay.
Concerning CPC, to see if this is a qualifying project. And because there's a time frame for CPC and it's historical. So we got to look at the details of the deed and everything, but
Their deed as well.
to take a step is talk to CPC
Okay.
and I'll
Put
get
together a
my thoughts in a concise email.
Okay.
I'll send it to you, Adam, for a agenda item. And because I'm bad on the fly, but I'm good when I go home and study.
I got it.
And, just the way I am.
Fair enough.
I'm an old man. But we'll start that road. Because like I said, in 2009, I was on Common Improvement Committee. We talked about doing a lot of stuff, but it was the funding issue, and then it went away. And
there are other needs.
tried to get some trees on the common, and we tried to do this, and maybe this is the horse that,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
we get hooked to the wagon and we get somewhere with it. So it would actually be, guys would actually be
Win-win.
doing a real big service for the
Really
community.
appreciate the help. and support.
Well, no, you would get the common fixed up, which is one of my pet peeves.
I mean, it could look like-
The gazebo path turns to mud in the
So,
rain or
I
people.
will write a
Mr.
note to
Chair?
myself.
So to make sure Sean's little his possible scenario, so you don't move away, we're gonna move forward and we're gonna try and fix this.
I'll
for
walk up the
everybody.
street and talk to him and.
All right, so we will take this as an action item. We're gonna put our thoughts together. It'll be on another agenda item, so we can at least kind of formulate these thoughts and start moving towards a solution.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
are on board.
Okay.
Tell us what to do. Like, we're not,
We want to work with you, not against you.
Mr. Chair, one last. As long as the license doesn't have a fee with it, I would support it. Adam mentioned a license, but we don't want to nickel and dime them. I
Understood.
don't think we
I,
should have a fee with it.
MOU, whatever is going to be a temporary, which is really kind of existing already, the way that you've described it. It's not, like you said, Karen, there's not beer cans and napkins and stuff like that. You're already, your customers drive on there. You're managing the inside of your restaurant,
well, we try to.
not, like,
She manages the inside.
Park
I
over
manage the
here.
Outside, so
Yeah.
I go out of my way.
I mean, like, you're not
Branch-
out there as a parking attendant, you
Right.
know what I
No,
mean?
Right.
So we'll come up with something, from a temporary perspective as well.
And just one other thing worth noting,
Final note?
I don't know. I know when you drive by there and you see 30 cars, you think to yourself, man, they must be killing it. Our life savings for retirement account empty was put into building that place.
I'm
Never put a buck in our pocket yet. Not a buck, we're just paying the bills. Yes, you drive by, you see 30 cars, it looks awesome. But we put everything we had into that, we took on a ton of debt. We aren't making $1 in our pockets yet. We're hoping to finally go into the black next year. I know it's deceiving when you drive by, you're like, wow, look how packed they are. Trust me, it's not going in my pocket, not yet anyway.
We did close out 2023 at 1.1 million now.
In sales, but none of it went in my pocket. I mean, I had a hard time coming up with the $1,500 to put down the regrind just for the safety of our customers. So,
Right,
you know,
You had rope and stakes for like the outdoor seating,
The
whatever we can,
ABCC makes us do that.
yeah, whatever we can, becomes a temporary fix until we figure out the beautiful new common that we're gonna, give you, we'll figure it out. All right, more to
And let
follow.
us know what to do.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you, thank
hanging
you.
with
thank
us.
you.
Thank you. Before you continue.
thank you.
Oh,
Oh, you better not.
I have to.
he's gonna do
I
it.
don't have a choice.
Oh,
I move
Let's
to
do it.
continue past the 10 o'clock hour to complete regular business.
Terry, pick up your trash.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to move to work past 10. Any discussion? Hearing none of the motion.
I do have a quick discussion.
Yes.
Our break and our lack of meetings is part of what's driving this. This board used to meet on a Monday night, every week,
Monday.
every Monday. And the agenda items were always 5, 6, maybe 7 deep, and you were done in an hour and a half.
Well,
We might want to talk about that at
I'm
our
gonna
workshop.
consider that at some point, yeah.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, I understand Matt's intent, and Matt, I did the same thing for a couple of years.
I know.
we had some.
I really-
meetings, But
Yeah.
generally, my first time on the board, 11 to 14, it was every Monday.
Yeah, and I don't want to, I don't want to limit discussion either. I want to be able to fully vet things. The worst thing in my mind that could happen is someone walks out of here feeling like they weren't adequately.
I absolutely agree, and I'm just saying, looking at this agenda with all these items, we knew we were gonna be in
Yeah.
trouble tonight.
And the reason for the motion is that we still have 7 new business
Yep, we
items
do.
and 3 old business items to discuss. That's the only reason I'm putting it out.
Yes, we do.
All right, so let's, any further discussion on the motion to move past 10? All right, hearing none on the motion to move past 10 o'clock. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. All right, next item is a discussion, action related to, possible action related to Gray Road winter operations and options.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes.
I live on that road, the area being discussed. I'm a budding property owner. That is the end of the road where I do own property on one side. My family owns property on the other side. So I know that the law permits me to recuse myself from the board, but remain in the room to be available for public comment. However, the MMA in their guidance to the select board that strongly encourages that select board members not only recuse themselves, but leave the room, and that is the option I will pursue.
Okay.
So I am recusing myself and I will exit the room for these proceedings.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
as I am also an abutter of the property that is currently under consideration, I must take the same path forward as Mr. Toth. I must recuse myself and depart the room for
Okay.
these conversations.
All right, so noted.
And I'm sick and I'm going home.
All right,
Hang on, I'll try to do it.
turn, let's see, this is in. Oh, and
6N.
I only have one set.
Thank you. Oh, okay. I get it.
do you have the memo? Or the 2 pages, we have a memo.
Oh, I want to start with the fact that, first of all, Liz Toth, Gray Road. Your select board operating procedures policy 2021-01, preparation of meeting agenda and packet. It says the town administrator shall cause the preparation of the meeting agendas in consultation with the chair, the information packets, and shall make the requirements thereof known to persons who may have business before the board. I was never notified. I am sorry, Mr. Chair. This is ridiculous. I want a disciplinary action on this.
I'm not going to address it right now.
No, what I'm saying.
I hear you.
No, what you need to hear is the fact that this is an ongoing problem. All right, I'm going to start with that. I got this out of the packet. The
But how
whole
do you know
approach
that
is
this?
abusive.
I understand what you're saying, and so if this is a discussion, so the board can understand what the situation is, then I'll allow the town administrator to be able to say, what is this for? What are we moving forward with? This wasn't Liz Toth or, the business, the property owners here or whatever. This is on there as Gray Road winter operations and options. So if I say, Adam, go, I would presume if he didn't invite you, that he is going over what our options are so that we can actually put it on there as a negotiation. It's to jump out of the gate like that is you're just, did you talk to him about it?
He
Did you
hasn't
ask?
talked to me about it.
Okay,
All right.
so let's,
Mr.
let me start with, Adam, would you like to do the presentation on this? Now, obviously, you would look at this on the agenda. You're a very informed person. You know all the meetings, you at most of them. So you look at it and say, what the heck? They're dealing with Gray Road, and you come in. But again, let me allow him to be able to make the presentation to find out what it's about. And I'm glad that you're here for the discussion because I would like to be able to put this to bed and have whatever is the most sensible option for everybody involved with it.
Well, I've had multiple complaints to Bob about what's happening at the end of Gray Road. So there's no doubt in my mind what it is.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to give the board the preliminary options relative to Gray Road winter operations and options moving forward. This is, as I said, the preliminary step for the board to take an action. And then should they proceed with any one of these options, then we would notify the parties, whether it be the folks at the end of Gray Road or another turnaround location that the Department of Public Services were utilizing to turn around. It's not a simple matter when we were not allowed to turn around at the end of the road. And unfortunately, that road was put together and it wasn't done with the proper planning. That's something that we all inherited. It's how we proceed forward in the direction moving as it is today.
I'm to understand whatever agreement existed just fell.
The handshake, needle, whatever, I'm not going back and
Yep.
looking back at what happened in the past, because I'm looking at the future, how we're going to proceed forward.
Okay.
And that's why I wanted this to be before winter time comes, so everybody totally understands how we're going to proceed on Gray Road. At least after Farnsworth, because at least at Farnsworth, they could turn around.
Okay.
So I did have a discussion with the Director of Public Services as well as Town Council. Because I went through this and these are really the three options available to us at this moment. And I mean, I really think it's a discussion because the select board can make the decision, but we need the involved parties. Otherwise, we can't proceed in any direction. So if Mrs. Toth wants to discuss with me proceeding forward, and I'd be happy to give her a call.
Oh,
Yeah, again, I'm reading this like you prepared it for us to be able to
Right.
go through what our options are.
I have been tasked. Who tasked him?
Yep.
He did.
I will in good faith, you know, you and I've got a couple pieces of business to talk about now, but I will in good faith look at the select board operating procedures to see. I will make a determination. I will talk through with it on you, but again, I know you've got some serious angst with this situation.
No,
You
it's more
do.
than- It is more than that.
Okay.
Okay, it is more than that. First of all, who are all the parties that you have discussed this with? It includes the select board, other select board members, correct?
Yeah, that's a fair question. Who are the parties involved in this? If we can name all the stakeholders.
The stakeholders with the
No,
turnaround?
No, the entire, from the very beginning.
DPW.
DPW,
Okay.
Matt Rivard, concerning his deed restriction.
Okay.
That went to town council.
Okay.
Which is a problem. Because it is his property, his deed restriction, using town council to try to get around the deed
No,
restriction.
we're going backwards. So.
No,
No, I agree with them. We are going
No,
backwards.
no, it is
You're
important.
trying to dig
No,
a hole where
no,
we're
no,
trying
I
to get
know.
out of it.
No, because it is not digging a hole. It is part of the whole conversation that if somebody over here in the corner had picked up the phone
Okay.
the first time I had a conversation with Bob saying, you guys can't turn around down here because you're not fixing the damage you're doing every year. And Bob put me on ignore. That is the damage that is done every year that we have to fix every year. And
Looks like runoff to me.
and it's because of if you look at
Did you get one of these?
I actually went down and met with the homeowner and saw the turnaround. I've seen the pictures.
Okay.
I'm aware of where you wanted to turn around and cut trees and fill in a big gully and ditch and everything.
Okay.
And
Is that runoff? What causes what I'm looking at?
that to me is when you plow snow down there and pile it up. And there's a little incline there. That's not really, you don't get, when you walk down there and visit the place, you can see it. When you go, if you plow snow at the end of that road and pile it up, it's gonna melt and it's gonna be runoff and it's gonna do that.
Okay.
Plus, if you it's stone. There's a little bit, it looks like a little bit of pavement or road grindings were put down there at one time. And if you go in there, especially with a big heavy plow, you're gonna tear that stuff up in early, before the ground freezes. In the last few years, I mean, you wait a long time for the ground to really get hard where you don't tear it up. I got a dirt driveway with some grindings on it. I know it, if you want to plow it. So that's the kind of damage that you can think of. And I looked at the options and I said, I went down there and I met with the landowner because I want to go down and see, because I already recall, we talked about lawyer and we're gonna, you know, and I'm looking at the
Who's the
options. We're
landowner?
gonna take
Are you
land
able to say who
and
the
we're gonna do
landowner
this and maybe this or that.
Are you talking about her?
Yes.
I would just rather be plain and just talk through these things.
Well, okay, if you want to be plain, then we're gonna start at the beginning.
I don't want,
No, Mike, I know you don't want to start at the beginning because it makes this man look bad.
Guess whose meeting this is? It's our meeting. Will you please calm down? You're getting me all riled up for no reason. We're trying to move forward on the best path to do this, and you're just dragging everything that has happened to this point. I get it that a lot of that is very important to understand how we got to this situation. And we can review those things, but to just laundry list out them I don't see how that's gonna help us get through this conversation.
The way it's going to help you get through the conversation is, first of all, to know how we got here so you can correct some bad behavior. So you don't have this conversation. with
Are we
other
ready for
people.
that conversation?
Which part?
Are we ready to have the historical conversation, or like Jeff was talking about, when we start inviting people in for the discussion? So I look at this memo and he says, here's what we have to be able to go through this decision. All right. Let's now have the conversation.
In other words, it's our business right now.
If you want,
And I also have a question. So if we do make a decision and it does affect people on Gray Road, do we have to send a notice out to abutters or notice to, like everybody on the road to come into the meeting?
absolutely, but I don't believe we're there yet.
That's the thing.
Well, it's one of the options that's in front of us.
Yeah.
Okay, now, see, number one, to me, it's the only one, it's the way you go. It's just the way that you go.
I picked up the gavel because you were frustrating me and I was going to basically, I don't want it to come across as a violent thing. I was going to say point of order. So I apologize, but that's what that was for. I'm sorry, continue.
No, so when I looked at this agenda item, and this is why I called Liz and asked her if I could come up,
Okay.
and I need the lay of the land. The last time I was at when I met with her, the last time I was at the end of that road, it was a dirt road. I was knee-high to a grasshopper and it was Poge's Strawberry Farm. I've been up Farmsworth and hung a right on Gray, but I have not gone that way since the 60s. So I drove up there and I saw it and I'm looking around. Oh, yeah, it is a tough place to turn around. I look at these options. We're only gonna plow and treat in the daytime. What, you find a turnaround in the daytime, but there's none at night?
He was gonna
Ambulance-
explain that, but he never got a chance.
Ambulance, gotta get up there, police, the fire, people go out, people get off work, they come home late. Again, what, you only find a turnaround in the daytime? Not an option. Number one, Bob Sozik, the administrator, you call Liz Toth and discuss things. What has been the issues in the past? Okay, how can we address this? So.
How would we write the agreement?
To town, so the town can get the road plowed for the benefit of all the residents, including her. How do you avoid destroying her property? There's a Mass General Law that says you can use public money for minor repairs on private roads. When I went up there, so I looked around and you drive down the end of the road and it's sort of like a little cul-de-sac there. Not a big one, but it's good enough. So I asked her, I said, well, where is this proposal that we talked about? So she showed me where her land ends and where Mr. Ravad's land is. She showed me the place where they were talking about, you gotta cut a lot of trees down and it goes like this, so you gotta fill that in quite the ways. And you have to do something with the end of that because otherwise it's gonna erode away.
Mhm.
You know, you're gonna create a place for a truck to back in, but it's gonna erode away, so that's gonna be an ongoing issue. So honestly, after I talked with her and she showed me this and that and the past discussions and the verbal handshake agreement she had with Alan Mayo. That's the first problem. We had, you know, we can't do business that way anymore. It doesn't work well for both sides. I stood there and I looked around and I started talking, thinking out loud. And I said, you know, to me, this isn't a big issue. It's kind of plowed up and tore up, so the town could take some grindings, bring them down there. Not the whole driveway, maybe 10 feet. Come on, again, you go up there, you look, you meet, you talk, take notes. Put some grindings down, roll them out. So the edge of the road and you have something solid. We have all this technology that we have bought for the town. Plows and trucks with power angles. You pull a lever or you push a button. The plow comes up, down pretty quick. It turns right, left. You're plowing up the road, you got your plow to the right. Where the pavement ends, you can put a marker. Again, talk to Liz. Is it a hardwood stake with a reflector on it, a piece of rebar, a pipe? Can it stay there? Do you want it in and removed, you know, put it in November 1 or October 1 and take it out May 1? Or is it okay if it gets planted there and it's left there with a reflector? Yeah, plow is angled to the right. You see that reflector, you know you're getting to the end of the pavement. You don't want to plow up, especially if you have a big 6-wheeler or I don't know why we'd send a 10-wheeler up on this small road, but anyways, you have a mark. All right, you push the button, hit the lever. You angle the plow to the left and you turn the truck to the left. You don't go into the woods and push the snow to leave it there. You just go over to the side of the road, you stop. You pick the plow up, you back up. You go on Liz's property. You do a U-turn, 3-point turn, whatever it has to take, whatever size truck.
Where you've done the.
You
grindings, where it's been
angle the plow back to the right. You put it down, then you pick up, you take tension, get the blade off the ground. It's real simple stuff and this is not time consuming.
You are.
And you start, these guys that plow for the highway,
I know,
they're
just making sure people understand that that's.
yes,
that's-
I
yeah.
do this, I've been doing this for a long, long time. This is why I looked at it and I was like, I don't know why this is so hard. And so you put your plow and you start grabbing the snow. As soon as you plow, you look over and you see that marker, you know you're on pavement. You hit the button, drop the plow down hard, you take the snow and you go down the road. Very little snow was left on Liz Toss's property. You shouldn't be plowing on there, so there should be minimal, if any, damage as far as the plow scraping it up. You're not gonna leave snow there, so you should eliminate.
And that's what that comes from is leaving the snow.
When you plow, yeah, you go up that road, you got a pile of snow.
Did you take these photos?
Yes.
What, like, when was that done in the spring? Can you tell
No,
me?
it was done just a few weeks ago.
Okay.
So what Alan used to do,
You can have the floor. I will not
Oh, I'm
interrupt.
sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
what Alan used to do is he would every spring come in, he would just kind of smooth everything out. He'd put a little bit, I don't want to call it a burn, but he'd put a little bit of something, right? Because the water coming down the hill off of the road, right, would come into that berm and stop there as opposed to going into the field. The problem is with whatever the product is that's now going on the roads, I'm concerned about that product ending up in my field.
Brian?
Well, no, the salt,
Whatever.
Yes.
the
Whatever.
brine, yeah. So I'm worried about all of that stuff. I've got the well to the house is right outside of that turning area that they're using. And then I've got another well that sits down behind that. I've got a small fish pond and then a larger one that goes off of that. So when you get all of that together, it's all I've asked for is just fix the damage that you do. And every year I get ignored. So you have to understand when something like this is produced, when the town administrator chooses not to contact either me or, my son And, pick up the phone, have a conversation, because that could have alleviated how much town expense in personnel time, attorney time, and sitting here tonight. This is ridiculous. It really is. And it's poor judgment, it's poor community service. It's just, there are all sorts of other words that I better not use.
And I also, when I was talking with her, I reiterated the fact that come up here, and I said, I'm just thinking out loud because it's really simple. But have a meeting right there at the property with Bob, with her, maybe selectmen, whomever else. And
I'm
come up
voting
with
you.
come up with a consensus.
Obviously, if someone from the select board was gonna go and be a part of the discussion, it's gotta be him. Would you agree with that?
He's a
I don't
subject
know.
matter expert. I'd go,
Absolutely.
I'd
Come up
go
with a
just for
consensus. I just wanted to make that-
just
yeah.
because it's my job. But what I really appreciate is Mr. Bennett solving the problem with the
We haven't
plow,
figured that out yet.
action of the plow and not piling up the snow to create the problem of, to exacerbate the problem to begin with.
I don't want, I mean, what he said, very technical or otherwise, and it requires some skill and finesse. I just want to make sure that works for all of the parties that we have. You're the primary, right?
Right. So between me and my son,
Finish, but go ahead.
right, between me and my son, okay, because he lives on that end.
Got it.
All right. So this conversation needs to include him.
Okay.
Because he's, like I said, he's got the long-term interest in what goes on with the property. All right.
And I do
So
disagree
we
with.
come up with something in writing and the highway super would agree with it. Liz would agree with it, her son would agree with it. We get this on paper. And it gets signed.
Yeah.
And then because the problem is, and Al Mayo's really good. He's a really nice guy. He really
Yeah.
cares about the town and he would do so. I could see him. He'll go up there and do that, but it's not in writing. So when Alan left, the next guy comes in and what's this been going on since 2020, 2021? I mean,
Yeah.
To my
and all
knowledge, he
these other
wanted an
options
agreement.
are a
To my
detriment
knowledge,
to
Bob
all the
wanted-
residents that live on that way.
I totally agree.
So
I don't agree with character assassination. I would feel intimidated if I was talked to with, sometimes, Liz, I do feel intimidated by the tone of voice and the intent. I just don't agree with that.
Well, the intent, I'm sorry, my intent is that my property rights are respected.
I agree.
And Bob has not respected those rights.
I disagree.
No, when he's told to keep his equipment off of my property. And he continues to bring it on my property, that is not respecting my property rights. That is a fact. There's no way around that. That is called trespassing. That is what it is. Now, the fact that his boss chose not to call to try to rectify the situation is also a problem. It is not character assassination. It is a set of facts. I'm sorry, people don't like the facts, but those are the facts. I don't know how,
I don't either, but could you have come in a tone of, if your needs weren't being met and you weren't being respected, could you have come in to Adam's office with the tone of, I really do
I don't
feel
know if I'm-
disrespected. I really do feel this way. Is there any way we can put this on the agenda? I need help here.
I have tried putting stuff on the agenda before.
I just don't, again,
No,
we're not
I-
gonna
no.
fix it. I don't want to railroad.
I'm sorry, I need to
I'm
address
just-
that,
Okay.
if I may. I have tried to put things on the agenda before, all right? And I have gotten disrespected by this man. He has given me bad information, refused to own up to his mistakes. I've had a different select person sitting in your seat, call me out, telling me I needed to get my facts straight when I got my facts from this gentleman sitting over here. And he didn't have the professionalism to say, I'm sorry, I gave Mrs. Toth bad information. So to tell me,
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Well,
no, I'm sorry. So,
you don't have to keep going when you made yourself clear.
No,
You
ju-
wanted to finish and I let you finish, but
No,
I'm not gonna,
no, I didn't finish. I did not finish. My finish is Terry wants me to come in and go, pretty please. I have tried pretty please. I have tried sending nice letters. I've tried sending nice emails, and I get treated like crap. So for her to sit here and tell me I have a bad attitude, it may have something to do with how I've been treated by the select board staff. So take it up there first. Thank you. Now I'm done.
thank you. Go ahead.
so if we could, want to get on the agenda here. If we can get get a hold,
So you're pushing for the first one,
but it's the only one that makes sense to me. It's the only one that makes sense to me.
okay?
We,
Do you feel the
I
same
mean,
way?
it's
Terry?
working for the residents instead of against them. It's just how I see it.
It jives with what Liz has been talking through. It's again,
I just,
high anxiety and bad communication. Everything that Liz encapsulated with, what has upset this even more. I would like to get in an agreement as well.
because like I said.
Can I ask before you do that, what would you like to see happen?
I would like a written agreement,
Okay,
and I would, and whatever agreement we do, I will take to my attorney,
okay,
and I want some really strong language in there that if it's not followed, that there are ramifications, because at this point I have zero trust
okay.
in this administration, just zero trust.
I completely understand. For some of the other, do you think that written agreement, and I agree with you, and it should be bulletproof for you? Some of the other things that you brought up, runoff and otherwise, is that part of the consideration here? Like, I heard what you said, and then you were talking about like the way that you would do a turnaround, like plow, turnaround, come back at the, would that, is it solvable? Can we actually plow there and not do those things that you talked about where you've got a pond, your well, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
don't know if it would cure 100% of that, but if you're piling snow up there, and if they put salt down at any point.
So that has to be in the agreement. No,
That,
you cannot
you're
have
gonna,
any kind of,
and you plow it and you leave it there, then it's definitely runoff, and it's more than just the water
Yeah.
causing that. Yes, we could do something, yeah, I mean, the state does it, and some towns do it. They have like either a low salt area or no salt area, or, something like that, but again, I met with Liz and I was standing after she showed me,
Mhm.
lay of the land and stuff. We went back there and then I just started mumbling to her. I said, well, this, to me, this is how I do it. Boom, boom, boom.
Mhm.
I said, and get this meet, come up with a consensus and get it in writing. Because to me, that's half the problem. We didn't, there wasn't something
Matt
in
in this as
writing
well?
for a solution.
Is Matt in this as well, or is basically the turnaround is 100% on Liz's
If we're
land?
not doing these other options, then
Right.
it's not gonna bother.
I never agreed with number 3. I told you that before.
So. Again.
And then 2 is a backup. They would back up. They would drive down and they would back.
Yeah, and
That doesn't
That's,
solve the problem either. But I'm curious.
I mean, we have consensus. I just want to make sure that there are a couple things going into that to be able to, if we go into it and we're already walking into something where Liz doesn't have a warm fuzzy on runoff or something like that. So piling snow needs to be a consideration of that.
What did we do?
Scope is what I was talking about. Yeah.
So the other part of the thing with Alan was there wasn't any product from the top of the hill. Because it starts going down, which is about where Matt's property starts. Does he?
Can you do that? Like,
Does he
so
know?
in the standard operating for procedures for how, snow removal, whatever, treatment or otherwise, treatment as well.
Right, yeah, it's the treatment.
If you
How would you
wanted,
address
the least amount of salt that you could put down is spray brine and not throw rock salt. Say in that little bit of area. And if the road is scraped and it's kind of open, there, I mean, there's trees on one side, but you would get sun in the afternoon. If you wanted that caveat in there, you could put it in there. You know, you turn the salt off at this address, you know, house, this house, whatever.
Yeah, but don't, I hope you don't find offense in this, like, does that become like, I don't wanna also turn it on to the DPW where it's an à la carte snow plowing thing. I mean, there's trust, I know there's not trust there. There's trust in how our DPW does snow removal operations and treating the roads. I don't wanna say, because we did that because of a turnaround situation, now I've got,
Everybody in town,
3,000 residents saying, I prefer to have ice cream put in on mine.
right? I get it.
I
Yeah.
like Haagen-Dazs, coffee. Me and Bear, we like Haagen-Dazs coffee, so if you're delivering ice cream.
Sorry. That just before our property, you've got, which was part of the farm at one point, okay? You've got, Tamarani's property, right?
Okay.
But he's got, the blueberry bushes set a little
Okay, I
bit
know what you're
further,
talking about.
yeah, set a little bit up, right? And then you've got everything else that goes downhill.
Yep.
And you've got all the wells down
That's
there.
what I was asking.
Through there, right? And,
I think it would have to be a turnaround agreement and there
Yes.
would be just the considerations through that.
How
Yeah.
long before Alan Mayo? What did they do before Alan Mayo? What did you guys do? What did your
my
mom
mother
do?
did not allow anybody to turn around down there. They
So what do they do?
Of course,
just,
they want all those houses back then.
there weren't any of those houses. It was my grandparents. And that was it.
Like, dealing with the here and now.
Yeah.
So,
It was my there were only 2 houses on that road.
Bob. Liz, you're gonna be the primary,
Primary.
like land representative. It's
Yeah,
gonna be, the agreement will be with you.
with me and James.
Okay.
yeah, just, like I said, just go down there and say, well, discuss this, and like I said, it's,
Sooner rather than later, so Mr. TA, number one.
Number one.
Number one.
I'll set
just-
up a meeting and we'll proceed in that direction.
Okay.
They'll contact the landowner.
so. And we just gotta get so that we work for the residents.
I agree.
You know,
It's just, it is.
It just doesn't always seem that's so, but that's what we need to try hard. It's the voters, the elected boards, in this case, the selectmen, and then it's town administrator and town department heads, and then the employees. And that's why the voters are the boss, and then it's the elected people. They elect us to work for them.
I agree.
It's. So I,
Just
like I
managing the
said,
solution.
I,
So you just need consensus for that. Once we have the agreement or otherwise, will the agreement be with the select board?
Yes.
Okay.
If I may too, I didn't want this festering on for a while. That's why I wanted to get it to the board so we could have this discussion. And I think Jeff brings up a good way to proceed. And so I'll email Liz and set up a time with Jeff as well and Bob, and we'll all meet down there and hopefully come to an agreement and respect the wishes of the landowner.
Okay.
And if that's not putting salt in that particular area, and that makes.
Yeah, like
we'll
Liz
come
said,
to-
she wants a very comprehensive, like it should be bulletproof. Because I don't want to be here or like in December, January, and then find out it's a piece of crap. Like it's not working and or it needs to be amended equitably.
And we have time.
Because I say equitably because you did specify when you were saying what needs to be in that contract is that real reparations need to be made for it.
Right, because we're paying to fix things all the time. And but it's damage done by the town.
Mhm.
And,
I agree. All right.
One select board is sufficient, one select board member is sufficient.
That's all we can afford.
But that's,
Honestly,
You-
you
you
start
can't.
getting crazy.
well, you can't, because you have two other select board members that cannot be involved.
Mhm.
And that has added to the challenge with this and the concerns and some of the again, optics of things. How all of this has been handled to date has been an issue.
And I'm not discounting that, Liz. I'm just treating it as separate. And that's why I got frustrated. I want to be able to deal. If we get to winter time and we don't have something, then that's a failure on our part.
I understand, but you also have to understand that I want that first part addressed. How we got to that point. I want the road plowed. I want everybody safe. I want a situation that is equitable for everybody.
I agree.
Okay, I want that done. But how we got to that point still needs to be addressed. I'm not being,
I hear you.
I'm not being a bee about it, you know? I could be.
A lot of it comes to, a lot of it comes to me and, you know, Adam said to me when I went in, you know, to talk to him before the meeting today, hey, long time no see. So we've got to catch up and we've got some stuff to talk about.
Well, I get that. My problem, and I'm trying to be really good, you know, this is a public meeting. I'm trying to
But
be
it's your
really
property.
good.
I understand.
Well, it's more than just the property. It's the way I have been treated throughout this whole process.
Noted.
And it's inappropriate, it's unprofessional. And anytime, and it's not just this one event. All right, it has been ongoing for a number of years. So when I get frustrated, when I get worked up, it's because none of those other events have ever been properly addressed. I have brought them to you. You promised me I would get a public apology. I'm still waiting for that public apology. And I haven't gotten it. So as far as I'm concerned, I come here, I express my concerns and I get, thank you very much for your comments, blah, 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 nothing. For the most part, occasionally I get something. And that's just not right. And how anybody gets treated, if they get treated badly, it's not good. And
We've got to fix it. We've got to improve. We have no place to go but up, it sounds like at this point.
it's policies, procedures, and it's simple stuff. It just is. And so that's why I'm frustrated. Now be quiet.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you.
That good ground was gained tonight. Hi. Ken, please do.
Thank you, Jim.
Right.
I may, before they come in.
Yeah.
If I offended you in the past, I apologize. That was not my intent. I want to work with you. I'll give you a call, Jeff, and I will go down
Play
there.
nice in the pool now.
Yes.
And I hope to work with you. Sincerely.
I apologize. Jim. I heard you.
Oh, there it is.
Get ready to take our basketball and go home.
Yeah.
No, we just got a couple other things to do. All right. I've been all over the map on this one, so that's done.
Go to I.
I
will be
okay.
next.
All right, action item related to fall town meeting date, adjustment of select board schedule.
Mr. Chair, if I can.
Yes.
We set our schedule before we voted to put the question on the November ballot for the debt exclusion. Yes, we did. So I was looking at the calendar and we needed to have that meeting, the second one in September for business meeting. So in your packet, you have your schedule in front of you. Also, there's some concerns when we did some year-end transfers. So what I did was, I can't find the schedule here. I'll send you.
Yeah, 6I, it's in there.
So in your schedule, we have the tentative schedule is August 28th at Scout Hall. Hopefully, we'll have our annual retreat to come up with our goal setting. And the September 25th will be a business meeting, so we could approve the fall town meeting warrant. Actually, that should be listed. If we could move that October meeting, which says approved fall town meeting, I'll adjust that in the calendar as well under September 25th. And then for year-end transfers or revolving cap increases, what I did at the on agenda for May and June is to add only if needed. So if we get any type of transfers or revolving fund increases, we could call a meeting. And that way won't linger with the concerns that the board had at the meeting. So I wanted to address that as well within the schedule, so we have our fall town meeting date. Either, and I talked to October 16th or October 23rd. I think October 23rd works. I checked in with the moderator and the town clerk, and that seems to be the date that works for them. So we just need to make some minor adjustments to the schedule. So I took the fall town meeting date into consideration, as well as the concerns when we did those transfers or revolving cap increases. So when we get them, we'll call a meeting if need be. And that's all I got, Mr. Chair. If there's any questions or concerns, feel free to ask me.
So just to clarify then, in October, you have listed as business meetings the 9th and the 23rd. If the fall town meeting falls on the 23rd, it would replace that business meeting, obviously.
Correct. So if the board was looking at October 23rd, we would
just strike that one.
Correct.
Okay. And you said you need to move the approved the fall town meeting warrant up to September 25.
Correct. So that will have to get
Or if
moved
we
or-
had business, we could, we've met at 5 o'clock
Oh, yeah.
before, if we
We've
have
thrown
something.
an
that
emergency
they-
if we had to, yeah, that's not a big deal. Mr. Chair, I move to approve the updated schedule for the town Templeton Select Board as presented.
With adjustments.
I'm sorry, no, not with, that as presented, with my, with adjustments to approve the fall town meeting warrant on September 25th.
Strike the.
And strike October 23rd business meeting as it will be likely the town meeting.
Thank you.
A motion,
Second.
and I have a second. Any further discussion? So we'll get an updated fiscal year.
Correct.
Okay,
Just a general comment, Mr. Chair.
yes,
This is far enough out. I don't even think that would warrant an emergency meeting. I just think we would call an out of
Regular.
cycle meeting of the
Okay.
board, should that need arise.
all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, good
Not a
point.
big deal.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none on the motion to adjust the meeting schedule for fiscal year 2025 as presented. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yep.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
I just want to note that it's as my adjustments, but yes.
Okay, yeah, as you presented.
As
that's
I,
fine.
yeah, that's fine.
And I vote yes as well. Okay. All right, item J, action related to opening the fall town meeting warrant. Softball for you.
We can plow a couple of these. Mr. Chair, I move to open the fall town meeting warrant and for it to close at 4:30 PM on Thursday, September 12th, 2024.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none on the motion to open fall town meeting warrant. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Next item, action related to approving the warrant for the 2024 state primary.
Yeah, we'll do that one too. Mr. Chair, I move to approve the warrant for the 2024 state primary and for the board to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none on the motion to approve the warrant for the 2024 state primary. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Item L, action related to authority to negotiate with Police Local 155 AFL-CIO Massachusetts Coalition. These are gonna be.
Yeah,
easy
this
as
is
well.
another
These are
softball.
just
They-
opening the.
May I?
Yeah.
So the next two items are part of this year's negotiation. These contracts are both up at June 30, 2025, so at the end of this fiscal year. And having had a discussion with Adam previously, he's looking for authorization to begin negotiating with these because these are of the contracts in the town, generally the most difficult ones. So I move to authorize the town administrator to negotiate with Police Local 155 AFL-CIO. That's it.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none on the motion to authorize town administrator to negotiate with police local 155 AFL-CIO Massachusetts Coalition. How do you vote, Tim?
No.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That's a 4-1 vote. Item M.
Mr. Chair, I move to authorize the town administrator to negotiate with Templeton Dispatch Local 155A AFL-CIO, Massachusetts Coalition of Police.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none on the motion to grant authority to the TA to negotiate with the Templeton Dispatch Local 155A AFL-CIO, Massachusetts Coalition of Police. How do you vote? Tim?
No.
Jeff?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That's a 4-1 vote. Okay, next action item is a donation of a bench to Scout Hall.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the donation of the bench.
Seconded.
Motion in a second. And I've got a memo here in the packet for the select board. Narragansett Historical Society would like to donate a 9-foot wood spindle pew or a bench from the Grange Hall for use in the front room of Scout Hall. And, you know, Steve said, please vote to accept this donation. So that's what we have in front of us. Any further discussion?
I'll be the closest I get to church.
Wow.
Just a comment. The Narragansett Historical Society made it public knowledge that on the 29th of July, the museum had posted the donation of the bench. The letter is dated August 7th. I'm just curious why we have the discrepancy in the dates.
I do not know.
I don't know either, but.
Can answer that.
Okay.
Sure.
Mr. Tangway had already delivered the bench to town, to Scout Hall, and when Mr. LaMontagne visited, I believe last week, he said, you're gonna need a donation letter for it. I was not aware of that.
That's fine. Simple answer. I just,
Yeah.
the dates weren't aligning because this is
I
like the cart,
understand your-
the
I
cart's
understand
after
your
the horse.
concern.
We got the cart before the horse instead of behind it.
Well, the horse they were gonna buy was lame, so they had to buy a new one.
Oh, okay.
Steve, thank you for that. I
Thank you,
appreciate
Steve.
it. Any further discussion on the donation of the bench from the Historical Society? Hearing none on the motion to approve the donation of bench to Scout Hall. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of new business. That brings us to old business at 10:28 PM.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd make a motion to put off the town property use policy till our next meeting.
So seconded.
And a motion and a second to table town property use from Jeff the next meeting. Any discussion? Hearing none. Would have to be a roll call vote, or can I just say,
No.
it's a
I'll
table,
just request
a table.
Put a table at the
We're tabling it, but we're meeting all the quorums here. We're all live. It can be a yay nay vote.
Okay, all those in favor of tabling signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Hearing none, that was approved. Next item is action related to Templeton Community TV exterior sign request at Scout Hall. In your packet, as requested by the board, Steve has very well delivered a couple mock-ups and what it would look like on Scout Hall. I love option 1. And I would approve where he's got it on the building. Anyone else have any? What you provided is awesome. That's exactly what we asked for.
No sweat.
Any other,
I'm in agreement with you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Aesthetically, we've already got the town seal up on the sign above the door for Scout Hall.
yeah,
Having the second one option 2, it's a great looking sign. But I think it's a little superfluous putting the town seal twice.
I share that.
We spoke before about keeping this clean, easy to see, the main focus is the TCTV. So I concur with you on option one.
Okay. Yeah, and it doesn't say option 1 or option 2
Well-
on his sheets, but I'll, you know, we can all agree that the first
Yeah,
one on the page is option 1.
cleaner
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. Jeff just said he likes the cleaner one. Matt, Terry,
I like the second one. I like the community media center inviting. You know, as you're walking in, you get it's a curious statement. When you're walking in,
You have any,
more than just TCTV, but it also gets one to think about what other things besides
Yeah.
YouTube recordings, there's other things that TCTV is involved with.
thanks, Terry. I'm gonna make a motion to authorize TCTV to put sign option number 1 on Scout Hall and coordinate with DPW for the placement.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I beat you to the motion there, Terry.
You know, I can vote no.
Hearing nothing on the motion to allow TCTV to put sign option 1 as presented, as also as depicted in the packet on Scout Hall and to coordinate with DPW. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jess? Terry?
No.
Matt?
No.
All right, that's a 3-2 vote.
Thank you much.
Thanks, you didn't even have to say anything. Isn't that great?
I'm not sure I can anymore.
Last item of old business is an update concerning or related to Royalston Road project. Terry.
Oh,
oh, just
sorry.
start.
Let me grab. Duh. Do you wanna?
I mean, you have the information.
Okay, so there was a question on bicycle accommodation on the plans, and if that would impede if that changed the start date at all. So Adam wrote to a man named Steve Severia, and he answered, no. We received a design exemption form, so they had a form from MassDOT for bicycle accommodation. So the project currently has 10-foot lanes and 4 shoulders. And then we need to schedule a meeting as soon as possible to discuss issues. We've been consulting with MassDOT on that. We've been consulting with MassDOT on that will require town input, including expanded permitting requirements, the design and review of the bridges, and especially the need for the town to acquire wetland replication areas that could involve Article 97 land. So the answer is they filled out a form and the bike lanes are not gonna happen. That was the question. And I guess the person was concerned with taking 10 feet of people's property and 4 for the bike lanes. That's the answer. And then, did you wanna,
Oh, if you're all set through the chair.
is that okay?
I'm not sure if you're all set up.
What do you need?
You all set with your portion?
Do you wanna,
I do, yes, we all remember
Royalston Road, right?
Royalston Road, correct. You all remember how long it took for the Rotary project? I mean, we've been talking about that for a while, and my concern is this.
Some Chicopee. Did you just say y'all?
It's not Wild West, you know?
Yeah, we know.
I'm sorry. Go on.
Heavy dragons.
So, but my concern is this, so we're looking at 27, 28 right now. My biggest concern is if they push this out any further. As we learned, the projects do get pushed out. So I did talk with our DPW director, and they reached out to Broken Stone to get me a quote on extensive patching for that road, which would, the road's by one of our 2 worst roads in town. So it's not gonna make it great. Right now it's bad. It'll probably make it okay to get them through till they get a new road. I kind of want to get an idea if the board would be interested when we get our free cash certified, if to put that article forward to the fall town meeting or patching, let's say $75,000 to help them get through till they get their new road. I kind of want the board to give me an idea of where they want to go with that. I know it's an update, so you can't take any formal vote. If you want to put on another agenda, talk about it, I got the quote. I can put that in the packet.
When does capital start to meet?
September.
September, there's supposed to be
September,
bylaws get
mid-September.
appointed and then meet.
Yep. Yeah. And
Does the board
are
want
you
me to-
saying for fall?
For the fall town meeting.
Site.
And what prompted it is residents came in and not just the same ones, new ones.
That's tight.
So when I came in and met with Senator Durant's
Aid.
staff.
Yeah.
That was one of the things I asked, look into the bonding for Main Street Bridge and 68 Williston Road. That cannot be pushed back. It cannot. That's been almost 20 damn years. I mean, the roadie was on the books. I saw it in 2011. Was designed like it is through MRPC was asked and they came up with a rough draft of stuff of that. So, but that Williston Road project, them people they've had dirt kicked in their face for almost 20 years. I told them, I said, you need to look into that and there's, it can't be pushed. It's gotta be done. It would not surprise me if it got pushed back. I have not heard. I emailed, I can't remember the new guy's name because Brad is gone, but to see if there was, coming up, any discussion on it in the meetings, and he said, no, he told me what the fiscal year was. I said, I'm just checking. If somebody tells me you're pushing it back, I won't be a happy camper. And I don't even drive down that road anymore.
What are
since
your
Pete
thoughts
Henry's
about like
back.
this is a temporary? This is basically.
Get them through till they get the new road.
What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, Bond did some patching down there for a few years back. I know they didn't go the whole way, but I'm almost ready to say we'd take our chapter 90 money and just reclaim the damn road and make it dirt until they decide to do some work on it, be smoother.
You want to talk about it next meeting? Option.
Yeah, I think
Bring
we
in
need.
DPW.
I'm just concerned that I don't think 75,000 is enough to do what needs to be done.
Okay.
And I have a grave reservation taking free cash, which is where a lot of our capital money comes
Yeah,
out of.
And reserves.
And that's, and reserves, and we're cutting our noses off before we even start.
Yeah.
It's already tough enough sitting on capital, making the cuts we have to make and the adjustments we have to make. And I'm just trying to look the whole big picture, what's in the best interest. Yes, I understand. It really stinks for the people who live on the road. I get it. I had many times transporting a patient in the back of the ambulance. That was the absolute worst road in town to drive on. We used to divert through what was the former TDC, but now you can't even do that because the state's made that road private property and you can't trespass. So what is the viable option? I don't know.
Yeah, you only skip half the road.
Yep.
You only skip half.
Yep.
Our next meeting is the annual retreat on August 28th. It's a public meeting. I don't think that precludes starting, if we had like a couple things that we needed to do, like have a discussion. Bob usually comes to our goal setting anyway. No?
You shouldn't be taking action, action items, so.
All right. Our next conversation that we would have on it with Bob in attendance would be September 11th.
Gives us enough time for fall town meeting warrant. But I have a draft warrant in your packet for that meeting. If I may, Mr. Chair, sorry.
No, I was looking to you.
Well,
Are
it's the next
people,
day.
are people okay waiting until September 11th, basically a month to have that discussion? Where it's gonna be, do you want to throw your chapter 70? What is another,
Chapter 90 or-
90, sorry. Not in chapter
Don't make
9.
Chris nervous.
Just fell out of his chair. Is that all right?
Yeah.
It'll be on there.
No,
Okay.
Not for nothing, this would be another opportunity. We have a need. We can call an out of cycle meeting of the board
All right.
where we can conduct business.
Yeah.
I know it stinks, it puts us under the gun, but it also gives us a little bit of wiggle room.
Other idea.
Yeah, go ahead.
I could have the draft article present on the fall town meeting draft warrant at your September 11th meeting. And when you're going to approve, going through to approve at the next meeting, you could instruct me whether or not to keep it on. That's another option as well. Because the board has to approve the warrant.
I mean, is there any appetite to use free cash? I'd rather not use free cash. I'd rather find another source, because I don't have a crystal ball, but our free cash our budget execution has been getting better. Spend plan otherwise, and that means less free cash.
Committing it before we even get it certified.
Well, I think we would be able to say that we would be able to cover 70, but again, it's that discussion that, is 70 even gonna cut it?
I don't think 70 is,
I'd rather.
70 is a drop in the bucket for what that road needs, unfortunately, even in the patching
I
department.
believe that it was like 75 or something thousand was the value of the material that Bond put down. It was, I'd have to go back and check, but,
But how long ago too, though?
well, yeah,
Yeah.
so.
That's the other problem. And the other thing that I'm thinking about, and goes back to Tim's point, taking free cash away from what's already a very slim capital budget that we never are able to fully fund the town absolutely needs is a concern as well. So,
Infrastructure
Spend
stabilization.
and you don't even know what you got to spend.
and not to mention that, I mean, she
Yeah,
said it's been submitted, but we don't know what the number is yet.
So,
But potentially there's infrastructure stabilization, and potentially there is other fallout money from the state that has not yet been released in dollar amounts. But UGA has gone up and a bunch of other things. There are potential options, but again, the state's budget was approved late, and that doesn't help any of us.
What if, Adam, if you can talk with Bob, and then I would recommend kind of taking a page out of what Tim's book is, having out of cycle with a single agenda item, and let's make it remote. Doesn't have to be remote. I'm just offering that in terms of if people's schedules and business or otherwise.
Briefly, I'd also like to note on the Facebook, Facebook, on the YouTube chat, Rich Curtis is still watching, and his note is that if you improve that road, that allows the state to put the work off even longer or further out, and that is a risk that you also take, is that the state says, oh, hey, look, you guys threw some fresh tar down on that, we can bump this out 3 more years, so.
Ashburnham lost a tip project because they added a plan to make a trail down the railroad bed, because they had it on the tip list to do one-on-one. They added that in and said, hey, we're gonna do this while we're doing this. The state said, oh, yeah, okay,
Well,
go to the back of the line.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We'll start over.
They got popped.
Yeah.
They were dropped and people moved up. So that is a
a risk.
legitimate risk.
Yep.
Can you talk to the project manager to say, we've got a situation where we've got extremely rough road and we need to take some kind of action. Can we talk to the project manager to say, or whoever's managing this, to say, if we take action to do emergency repairs, put it under that, put it in that bucket, to say, can we have at least some kind of guarantee that we're not going to get taken off the list because we're trying to make the road safe? I would say do that with Bob, and if we need to have a meeting to discuss, to say how we're gonna fund it, then let's do that.
It may be a good question, but Jeff does raise a valid point, especially if it potentially
Project
pushes it.
manager.
If nobody has driven from 140 to Route 12 through the town of Ashburnham on Route 101, I would encourage you to do so. Because that road is currently where Route 68 was about 15 years ago. And
Could you say where that is again? I'm sorry.
between the intersection at 140,
Mhm.
take 101 into Ashburnham, take it all the way up to Route 12.
Oh, I know.
They,
Yep,
they
okay.
just did a ton of work on Route 12 at the Cushing Academy area.
Mhm.
And that whole down, and then where 101 goes on up past Lake Winnicke. That section of 101 though, between 12 and 140 is what 68 used to look like 15, 18 years ago. But to Jeff's point, that's the one that got pushed back. Because the state said, oh, okay, we don't need this. We're just gonna move the tip date. I don't think we can risk that. So what do we do?
Especially seeing as the state's already pushed the tip state back on this year's, on the project back years and years and years.
So what do we do? I mean, the option is to do nothing right now.
Put it on a future agenda.
Well, I don't so much think to do nothing. We would still have to have a meeting to discuss it, but this might be a good time to call our legislative team in as well, because I know both Senator Durant and Representative Zlotnick have heard our concern.
Yep.
And our need for some of these stabilization infrastructure funds, and this is an ideal application for it.
And Senator Grant, he's on the Senate.
Mhm.
So.
Okay. And again, would have to work around their busy schedules as well. I understand that, but
How much horsepower do you have?
we're bringing out big gun.
All right, Adam, if we can look to you to put something together, like a communique to the legislative team. And also talk with, have a conversation with Bob about, potential options. Tell him we were eyeing his, chapter 90. He'll come after us, I'm sure. He said, well, he says it when we approve the planning, he's like, don't touch it. All right. Anything else, Royalston Road? And if we need to have it out of cycle, we will.
I think Jerry has it all covered.
Good.
Yeah, I just wanted to show Jeff that's the project manager, Steve Severi.
We don't have an executive session tonight, but we are up to congratulations. We finished our new and old with only one table. We're up to board member comments. I have none.
Just a request to have an update on 24 Holman Street at September 9th.
Okay.
And maybe even have.
September 11th.
Oh, September 11th, yeah, sorry, and maybe even have somebody from EPA or just an update, because
You want the EPA here?
could we? Well, just an update.
I
It
can
might be
check.
good to get EPA, might be, but we also, I'd like to know the, we know the status of it, and I think the public needs to keep informed of
Okay.
the status.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'd just like to request a update on ARPA on the September 25th. I've given you a couple of months to see where the unallocated funds are, and also to determine if I know we're gonna have to do something with some of the administrative allocation, because we're not gonna use that all up. That was $30,000. We're not gonna use that in full, but also if there's anything else that we're gonna have to move around. So take a look at that on September 25th, please.
Absolutely.
I have nothing further.
As an action item?
Action item, yes, please. Probably under old business. We've talked about that before.
I have a couple items.
Sure.
Some of these have been addressed in the past, some are new on the list. I'm gonna start off with the ugly, and I have a really nice positive to end my segment with.
Okay.
First one I have on my list, the horse barn fire. Tragic situation. A lot of concerns. I know one of our fire engines was damaged. The chief is trying to get it repaired. That's been in the weekly newsletter that comes out from the TA. I did have a question. How the ACO got involved. By contract, the ACO deals with cats and dogs. Large animals, I don't think they have the ability to deal with and care for. I will say the horse community came together very, very nicely, and there were a bunch of folks that brought down trucks, trailers, rehomed those animals, everything else. But it's just in the grand scheme of things, having worked with equestrian in the past, at a building fire, trying to move a horse is an extremely dangerous operation unless you truly know what you're doing. You're gonna get hurt, the animal's gonna get hurt. I don't know that our ACOs are actually trained for that, so that might be something we want to think about.
Absolutely. I'll look into that.
And I hate to throw it out like that and sound all negative Nelly, but it is what it is.
I got it.
Earlier this week, Senator Durant had his office hours, his assistant was here. I had spoken once before about the bulletin board. I was a little upset tonight that I don't see the picture or any of the info about Senator Durant there. In fact, as I went through the bulletin board, I found some other stuff that was kind of troubling to me. This is time stamped 23 November at 2:56 PM for an RFP with a required submission date of Thursday, December 7th, 2023 at noon. No reason that this should have been on the board. Outdated information. Again, I said earlier, devil's in the details. It's attention to detail. This is just troubling to me. Following up right on that, another timeline concern. We all received an email recently from the ATA disclosing dates for the farmers markets. 2 of those dates had already gone by before the email was transmitted. As I'm reading, I'm going, what the heck? It is what it is, but it ain't right. Open positions on the town website. Earlier in the week, I was looking for something specific. Yes, we have the help needed. A few years back, I had submitted a draft in an Excel type format with all the positions, plug in the names, plug in the expiration dates of their terms, show all the vacant seats. I'm drawing this to light because EDIC still has 2 open seats, but if you click into EDIC and drill into it, I see 5 names listed, but there's nothing about the other 2 positions. It doesn't have to have the name, but what are they looking for?
Okay.
We can apply the same thing, Disability Commission, all the seats are unfilled. Cultural Council, it's
Like
21 or
what's
22.
what's vacant?
Well, what's vacant, you know, and not everybody's gonna go look on the, we're hiring or help needed. You know, if I wanna look at EDIC, I'm gonna click on EDIC and drill down and see what's on that part of the page. Okay. Earlier tonight, my wife did a presentation. This one troubled me. I've been researching this for the last week or so myself. And I'm gonna take a leadership position. I'm submitting 2 checks. One payable to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, $50 for a potential inferred violation of MGL Chapter 40, Section 49. And one payable to the town of Templeton in the sum of $60 for an inferred violation of a town bylaw. I'm doing this because this is leadership. Success always lands on the shoulders of our employees and our team. Failure is always on the shoulder of the leader. So in good stewardship and leadership, I'm submitting those. And my final, in closing, I said I would end on a positive. I'm going to man of my word on this one. We heard earlier the discussion on the crosswalks and the individual that was struck a year ago, well, it'll be 2 years in December. Was a member of the Legion, a very valued member of our Legion. By all rights, the man probably should not have survived the event. It's been a struggle. There's been no doubt about it. A week ago, this past Saturday, we had a very quiet notification. There was not a whole bunch of publicity. It was by design. They brought Larry to the Legion. And prior to coming to see us, he spent a little bit of time over at Turtle, another place that he frequented. It was good for him. It was good for his family. We had a potential 30-minute meet and greet planned with him. He was with us for the better part of 2 hours. And the family was joking. They pushed him in a wheelchair and we're like, oh. And that was only because he grew tired walking from the back parking lot up to the front, but he went 4 steps further than his brother did. So that was a big joke and the 2 of them bantering. But they brought his walker in. That man for an hour was making laps around the upstairs portion of the Legion, making it a point, talk to everybody, shake their hand, the smile on his face and all the good that it did. And that was a healing process for everybody.
Yeah.
It's absolutely amazing. My hat is off to him. The family has the full support of our Legion family. And it's like folks in town who weren't aware or didn't have a chance to get there. And, you know, we apologize, but the building's only so big. And it was a real quick notice. Hey, we can bring Dad this day. Is it okay? We come. Oh, absolutely. Please come. So I was very pleased and very happy to be a part of that. And it worked wonders. It's a miracle.
That's good to hear.
It is. It actually is. You know, that brought a tear to all of our hearts, and it touches you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. All right.
My comments, I touched on this one earlier, but it's, meeting minutes, they're required by the state law, it's the open meeting law. It spells out in the law what is needed in meeting minutes. Simple meeting minutes, they keep showing up in front of us and they have errors, they're incomplete, they're incorrect. They're not meeting the requirements of the law. Tonight, Matt made, it's multiple minutes just since May of 2024. I recall that there was a checklist for meeting minutes that was presented to the board by a resident. Maybe we should, and I know they were handed out again, maybe that should be used, or we should create one. But something needs to happen, because it's unacceptable for minutes to be put in front of us, especially when you put together. The chair is responsible for putting the agenda packet together along with the town administrator, and that's according to the operating procedures of the selectmen. You're putting stuff in front of us that isn't correct. It doesn't, that's an open meeting law in the makings. And it's one of those things, details, it matters. And it needs to get corrected. Like, it's in the accountability issue as well. And again, the board is going to get the open meeting law complaint. The board is going to feel the heat. It's not the town administrator. It's not any employer. It's not the janitor. It's the board. Because we are responsible for the minutes. It's in the law. Public bodies have to do, it spells it right out. The agenda has to have this on it. The meeting minutes have to have this in it. Just like the roll call votes. 4 yes doesn't cut it. See video doesn't cut it. The town administrator's weekly report for August 8th, 2024. Down at the bottom, it says, all public meetings can be viewed on TC, TV, YouTube. I don't know who put that in there. I don't know if it was meant for, one department or one board, but that's not what it said. I looked at it and I saw it in bold, and that was for the August 8th, 2024 meeting. At the top of it, it's the town administrator weekly report, and it has his names, like initials, his first name, but he writes it like he checked it. Again, I looked at that and I said, all the meetings aren't on TCTV. I looked for Recreation Commission, I looked for Cemetery Commission, I looked for Light and Water. I didn't find them on TCTV. So you have to say what you mean and mean what you say. And to put that in there in bold print that all public meetings are on TCTV, and they're not. That's like misinforming the public, in my opinion.
Comments if you want to.
The last one is when a complaint comes to the board and it's directed at the board, such as violating town bylaws, mass general law, it's a determination of the board. It's not one individual. It's not the town administrator that decides how we respond to the complaint.
I agree.
It's the voters, and in this case, it's the select board. We failed to follow town. It says in the bylaw and it says in the state law, it was presented earlier tonight. In this case, the board failed to publish the annual town report prior to the town meeting. You violated state law and you violated certainly the intent of the town bylaw. How we respond to that, how we deal with that, is the board's responsibility. If the board wants, put it to the town council or have somebody else answer it, then it's a vote of the board. No individual member can make a decision for the board. The town administrator can't make a decision for the board. It's enough said on that. Again, it's accountability, it's details. We have a responsibility to the residents, and I haven't agreed to let anybody speak for me on my behalf as a selectman. When I'm walking down the street, I'm just a resident, little old guy from Templeton on Partridgeville Road. When I'm a selectman and there's a complaint against the board, then that's all of us. And I didn't vote and I didn't say that anybody can speak for me. I don't know how the rest of the members speak, but I'm a member of the board. It's a complaint against the board. The board decides how they respond. That just, that one just ticked me off. That's all I have.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Can I just shed some light on what Jeff said?
No, if you want it,
I'll wait, but it
Hey, it's
reflects
11
badly on TCTV and I want to address it.
if you could work with, just talk with Jeff.
And Mr. Chair, it was brought to my attention by some voters this week that they would like to see the names of who voted yes and who voted no, because they're gonna be keeping track of the issues that each one of us vote on by name when it comes to election time.
Okay, thanks for that ominous.
I was like, yeah, well, that's the truth.
Next meeting,
They want the
unless we have a
names.
pop-up is September, no, our retreat, August 28th.
Let's go, Paul.
Yep.
At 5 o'clock.
All right, thanks for everyone's
can I have
comments.
one-
I did write everything down.
Can I have one quick go back?
Yes.
Jeff, when he was speaking, triggered something else in my mind. In the last 3 or 4 meetings, we have had 2 public hearings. They were continued, there were presentations done in the court. The town administrator went representing the town in the court. My opinion, that is dead wrong. This board conducts the hearings. If anybody should be going to the court, it should be a member of the board, preferably the chair, but if the chair is not available, let's
I will
understand.
get you an answer on that.
No,
You had mentioned it, I think whether it's a text or email, but you had mentioned that already. I'll get you an answer on that. I believe the TA even offered back that he was named. So I will get you an answer. Okay. All right. We're good? August 28th, and I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second. All right. All those in favor of adjournment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes. One opposed. We are adjourned at 11:00.